Chapter 2451 Primeval Body. 2451 Primeval Body. Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed and continued to comprehend the Pure Jade Manual. It had to be said that the Bodhi seed was indeed extremely helpful to him in terms of enlightenment. With the help of the Bodhi seed, the obscure words and Dharmic Tao of the Pure Jade Manual became much clearer. As expected of a taboo mystic classic. To think that there would be such a change after cultivating it to greater mastery. Su Zimo comprehended the true meaning of the Dharmic Tao in the Pure Jade Manual, and could not help but feel emotional. The Three Pure Ones Jade Manual focused on different aspects of cultivation. Back in the secret ground, Ingtian once said that the Supreme Pure Jade Manual refined the spirit, the Pure Jade Manual tempered the body, while the Grand Pure Jade Manual refined techniques. The Dharmic formulation of the Pure Jade Manual was indeed a supreme body tempering technique. If he cultivated it successfully, his flesh, bones, and organs would be filled with a green glow. If he could cultivate it to greater mastery, he could use the Pure Jade Manual as a foundation to condense a primeval body that was the same as his cultivation realm. This was different from his previous cloning techniques. Be it the Green Lotus True Body, Dragon Phoenix True Body, or the Martial Dao Prime Body, they could cultivate on their own and possess their own essence, spirit, and physical bodies. As for this primeval body, it was a clone condensed from the Dharmic Tao of the Pure Jade Manual. Among the Dharmic Taos of the human race, there were three most famous cloning techniques: the Three Corpses technique of the Fiend sects, the Three Bodies of past, present, and future of the Buddhist monasteries, as well as the supreme technique of the Immortal sect, the Three Pure Ones. And now, Su Zimo had obtained one of the Three Pure Ones. The upper world was vast and civilized with countless Dharmic Taos. Be it humans or other races, they had some cloning techniques that had been passed down till this day. The reason why the cloning technique of the Three Pure Ones was so powerful and was known as the supremacy of the Immortal sects was because the clone that was condensed with the Three Pure Ones technique was at the same cultivation realm as the cultivator. This was extremely important. For most cloning techniques, the cultivation realms of the clones condensed would often decrease and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. As for clones condensed by the Three Pure Ones technique, although their combat strength would be reduced as well, their cultivation realms would be identical. Furthermore, the Pure Jade Manual was a body tempering technique to begin with. The primeval body that was condensed would also become unusually strong and ferocious in melee combat. In a fight, releasing this cloning technique would be equivalent to surrounding an opponent with two selves. Who in the same cultivation realm could withstand it? This primeval body could only be released with the Pure Jade Manual. Therefore, over the years, every time the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual appeared, many paragons would fight for it. If one possessed the Three Pure Ones Dharmic Tao without the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual, they would not be able to release the Three Pure Ones clone as well. More importantly, this was only a clone's secret skill that was formed from Dharmic Tao. Even if the clone was destroyed in the battle, it did not matter. As long as the Pure Jade Manual was around and recovered for a period of time, the primeval body could be released once more. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside the cave abode. Before long, Tao Yao and Lu Ping ran in excitedly. Lu Ping was even more enthusiastic as he winked at Su Zimo with a strange smile. Tao Yao went forward and handed the storage bag to Su Zimo. "Young master, the princess did not take this storage bag. However, she replied with a letter inside." Su Zimo noticed that there was a green badge on Tao Yao's waist that emitted a faint fragrance. "Young master, this was given to me by that beautiful princess. Can I carry it with me?" Tao Yao asked expectantly. "Of course." Su Zimo smiled and opened his storage bag, taking out Yunzhu's letter. At a glance, Yunzhu's handwriting was elegant, and her strokes were agile and carefree. Through those words, it was as though one could see a graceful figure dancing on the letter. However, Su Zimo's expression changed the moment he saw the first sentence, and he broke out in cold sweat. "Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, I heard about what you did in Langfeng City. Impressive, impressive. There was even a simple drawing of a woman's smiling face behind that sentence. For a moment, Su Zimo felt as though Yunzhu was sitting opposite him, looking at him with a fake smile. When Lu Ping saw the strange expression on Su Zimo's face, he leaned over curiously and asked, "Senior brother, what's written on it? You don't look too good?" Su Zimo swept his gaze across. Lu Ping shirked his neck in fear and retreated hurriedly. Su Zimo continued reading. The later contents of the letter were much more normal and did not mention anything about Desolate Marshal. It was a rough explanation of things to assure him that she would try her best to search for Feng Ziyi and perfected Immortal Burial Night. However, this matter might take a long time and he had to wait patiently. Su Zimo read the letter and burned it. He looked at Tao Yao and Lu Ping and asked, "Tell me everything that happened after you arrived at the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Don't miss any details." Tao Yao and Lu Ping recounted the entire process in detail. Although Su Zimo was expressionless, he was internally surprised. "I was exposed just like this." Su Zimo guessed that Yunzhu must have seen through him because of Tao Yao. However, wasn't it way too incredible that she was able to deduce his relationship with Desolate Marshal just because of that one single clue? Thankfully, Yunzhu would most likely not expose this matter, so this would not affect him much. After settling the matter of searching for Feng Ziyi, Su Zimo was much more relieved and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. The fight for the heaven ranking of the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet was about to begin. Back at the 10,000-year meet, before he entered the Heaven Essence realm, Yunting was already a Grade 2 Heaven Immortal. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Given Yunting's talent and opportunities, his cultivation speed could definitely only be faster than his. If he wanted to obtain the number 1 of the Heaven ranking, his cultivation realm had to continue advancing. There were only slightly more than 2,000 years left before the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet began, and time was running out. Apart from continuing to raise his cultivation in this seclusion, Su Zimo also placed emphasis on the Pure Jade Manual. He wanted to cultivate it to greater mastery as soon as possible and condense the primeval body. Su Zimo was in seclusion in the secret chamber of his cave abode. Due to the green lotus true body, the heaven and earth essence chi in his cave abode was far richer than outside. Before long, Lu Ping realized this. When cultivating in Su Zimo's cave abode, the heaven and earth essence chi was even richer than in the legacy ground. That was a little terrifying. Initially, Lu Ping thought that Su Zimo had set up some array formation to gather heaven and earth essence chi. However, before long, he realized that this rich and pure essence chi was definitely not condensed from an array formation. Lu Ping also discovered that his cultivation speed had increased qualitatively when he cultivated in the cave abode. It was not only because the heaven and earth essence chi was richer and purer, but also because there seemed to be a mysterious power affecting everything. After Lu Ping discovered the secret, he vaguely realized that he could not tell anyone about it, and kept it secret. Su Zimo was the creation green lotus. Be it Lu Ping or Tao Yao, they both possessed plant-type bodies. Cultivating beside the creation green lotus was naturally extremely beneficial. Chapter 2452 Heaven Ranking Prediction 2452 Heaven Ranking Prediction. Cultivation was long and arduous. After returning from the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, Su Zimo almost never left his cave abode and spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion. In his cave abode, Tao Yao and Lu Ping helped him deal with many chores and trivial matters of life. That saved him a lot of energy and time. His cultivation realm was also rising steadily. Finally, on this day, he broke through to the level 6 Heaven Essence realm. Looking back, 1,000 years had passed. All these years, be it on the side of Prince Qingqing or Yunzhu, there was no news of perfected Immortal Burial Night and Feng Ziyi. The longer things dragged on, the slimmer the chances of the two of them being found. Or rather, the chances of the two of them being alive decreased as well. Rising, Su Zimo took a spin around the cave abode. Tao Yao and Lu Ping had gone out for some reason. In the spirit garden in the backyard of the cave abode, there was no activity from the Ashoka tree and Immortal willow. Only the Immortal peach tree seedling grew gradually, and was much thicker than before. However, it was still early for this Immortal peach tree to ripen after 10,000 years. Right then, the sound of two figures tearing through the air came from outside the cave abode. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the cave abode and walked in side by side. It was Tao Yao and Lu Ping. After 1,000 years, their appearances did not change much and they still looked like children. The hair on Lu Ping's head gradually turned silky and thick. His cultivation advanced extremely quickly and he had already broken through from the peak of the level 2 Heaven Essence realm to the level 3 Heaven Essence realm. Before Tao Yao arrived at Heaven and Earth Academy, he was already a grade 9 Earth Immortal. Right now, his cultivation realm was only slightly lower than Lu Ping, and he had already cultivated to the level 2 Heaven Essence realm. Over the years, although Tao Yao did not know many people in the academy, under Lu Ping's lead, he was much more familiar with the environment of the academy. After Tao Yao ascended, he had endured suffering and torture for many years, causing immense damage to his heart. All these years, he had been by Su Zimo's side and was accompanied by Lu Ping. The wounds on his heart were gradually healing and the smiles on his face increased. "Young master, look!" Tao Yao raised a book in his hands and handed it to Su Zimo. "What's this?" Su Zimo received the book and asked casually. Lu Ping said, "Senior brother, don't you know? Today is considered as a big day for the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. The Heaven Ranking Prediction of Divine Firmament Palace has officially been announced." "Oh?" Su Zimo looked at the book in his hands and opened it slowly. There were rows of incredible Dao titles written on it. "Seems like this is the Heaven Ranking Prediction." Su Zimo smiled. He was no stranger to the Heaven Ranking Prediction. Back at the 10,000-year meet, the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom released an Earth Ranking Prediction in advance. It listed information about many paragons for everyone to take into account. At the same time, Su Zimo was puzzled and asked, "There's still more than 1,000 years to the fight for the Heaven Ranking at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. Why is the Heaven Ranking Prediction released now? Senior brother, you're always in seclusion. I'm sure you don't know about the rules of the fight for the Heaven Ranking, right?" Lu Ping explained. "The fight for the Heaven Ranking of the Divine Firmament Immortal meet is not as troublesome as the Earth Ranking. There's also the elimination round mechanism. The ranking battle for the Heaven Ranking will be held directly at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. Only cultivators who are listed on the prediction ranking will have a chance to take part in the ranking battle." Su Zimo asked. "What do they judge the prediction ranking based on?" Lu Ping said. "A basic requirement is cultivation realm. For example, people like us with low cultivation realms will definitely not be able to be ranked. Trump cards, opportunities, and various other factors will make up for a comprehensive judgment to determine the order of the ranks. Most importantly, one's past battle records will be taken into account." Su Zimo was enlightened. In other words, the remaining 1,000 years will be the final chance for the many Heaven Immortals of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. The only way they can get into the final ranking battle for the Heaven Ranking is if they squeeze themselves into the prediction ranking before the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. "Exactly," Lu Ping said. "The 1,000 years before the Divine Firmament Immortal meet is the most lively period in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Countless paragons and monster incarnates of the Heaven Immortal realm will appear and leave the sect one after another to travel everywhere. During this period of time, there will be fights between top paragons almost every year. The names and order on the prediction ranking will also change continuously." Su Zimo nodded to himself. For example, for some paragons who cultivated in seclusion all year round, although their cultivation realms were extremely high and their combat strength was not weak, they were not qualified to enter this prediction ranking without any outstanding battle records, let alone take part in the final Heaven Ranking battle. In other words, in the next 1,000 years, the top paragons of the various heaven-grade factions of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain would appear one after another and roam the world. Su Zimo opened the prediction ranking and browsed through it. He swept his gaze casually and suddenly realized that Yunting's name was not at the top of the prediction ranking. Instead, it was third. Who could surpass Yunting? Name, Qin Gu. Level, Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Identity, Reincarnated Immortal of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, only successor of the ancient Moon's secret ground, Palace Lord of Thunder God Palace. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The identity as a reincarnated immortal alone carried a lot of weight. To think that there would be two more identities later on. Su Zimo wondered what sort of opportunities this person had encountered. Battle record, 70,000 years ago, as a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal, he crossed 2 minor realms and killed a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal, Xian Lu. 60,000 years ago, as a Grade 8 Heaven Immortal, he was encircled by 10 Heaven Immortals in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, but he killed 6 of them instead. 40,000 years ago, he edged out a victory against Zhong Feiyu. Evaluation: before reincarnation, he was already a top-tier perfected immortal. Because he failed to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm, he was forced to reincarnate, and rose domineeringly without tasting defeat. He obtained the legacy of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and his combat strength is unparalleled. This person had dozens of battle records and the evaluation of him was extremely high. Second on the Heaven ranking prediction. Name Zhong Feiyu. Level, Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Identity, Reincarnated Immortal of Flying Immortal Sect, Number 1 Heaven Immortal of the Zhong Clan, Island Master of Blue Flames Island, Successor of Scorched Earth, and Young Master of Scarlet Refinement Poison Sect. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. This was also a reincarnated immortal. Furthermore, he had many identities and backgrounds that Su Zimo had never even heard of. Also, Zhong Feiyu had appeared once in the battle records of Qin Gu, who was at the top of the ranking. This person had dozens of battle records as well. Apart from the battle with Qin Gu where he lost slightly, he won all the other battles and had been famous for many years. Divine Firmament Palace's evaluation of him was extremely high as well and was on par with Qin Gu. Su Zimo said, "Seems like the reason why Yunting is ranked third is because he was outshone by these two reincarnated immortals." "That makes sense," Lu Ping said. "The reason why Prince Yunting is ranked third is mainly because his cultivation realm is currently at the Grade 8 Heaven Immortal realm, and is slightly inferior. Also, Prince Yunting is too young and can be considered as a monster incarnate who has risen in recent years. He has only been famous for a short period of time. If Prince Yunting can break through to become a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal, there's a high chance that he can surpass the top 2 in the ranking." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, although Prince Yunting is a Grade 8 Heaven Immortal, he's already very powerful and is even suppressing another reincarnated immortal." Chapter 2453 Number 1 of the Sword Dao. 2453 Number 1 of the Sword Dao. Su Zimo skipped Yunting's information and glanced at the fourth on the prediction ranking. Name, Lai Xian. Level, Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Identity, Reincarnated Immortal of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Although this person did not have many identities, he had dozens of battle records and had no losses. More importantly, Divine Firmament Palace had an extremely high evaluation of this person. Before his reincarnation, he obtained the top of the Heaven ranking and second on the Perfected Immortal ranking. It's said that he has already cultivated the top cultivation technique of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, the Great Sun Sutra, to its peak. No one has been able to force him to use his full strength, and his combat strength is unfathomable. Su Zimo had fought with reincarnated immortals before and knew how strong they were. They might have similar cultivation realms compared to ordinary cultivators. However, reincarnated immortals had lived and cultivated for 2 lives. Their insights, experience, knowledge, judgment of the situation, combat skills, everything surpassed ordinary cultivators by much. In the fight for the Earth ranking back then, there were 2 reincarnated immortals, Tai Hua and Feng. One of them died while the other was severely injured. However, Su Zimo did not win easily either. Furthermore, he was a Grade 8 Earth Immortal back then, and was only a minor realm away from the two reincarnated immortals. If the cultivation realm difference was too great against reincarnated immortals, there would almost be no chance of winning. In reality, reincarnated immortals had always been invincible among their peers. In the previous Earth ranking fight, two reincarnated immortals were defeated by a junior such as Su Zimo in succession. This surprised the entire Divine Firmament Immortal domain. Su Zimo looked back at Yunting, who was in third place, after reading the fourth spot on the prediction ranking. Name: Yunting. Level: Grade 8 Heaven Immortal. There's a chance for him to reach Grade 9 before the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. Identity: Prince of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom, successor of the Extreme Sword Dao, successor of the Five Elements Sword Dao, successor of the Tripartite Sword Dao, successor of the Four Elements Sword Dao, successor of the Heart Sword Dao, successor of the Zephyr Thunder Sword Dao, and successor of the Great Void Sword Dao. Su Zimo grinned slightly. It was no wonder why he was lauded as the number one of the Sword Dao among the younger generation of the heavenly world. There were more than 10 of such identities alone. Every single identity on it represented an opportunity, an encounter. Nobody knew what he had experienced to obtain such inheritances and recognition. What was even more frightening was that the inheritances Yunting obtained were all Sword Dao inheritances. This meant that among all the opportunities he encountered, these predecessors and ancient inheritances of the Sword Dao would all acknowledge his endowment, and choose him as their successor. Yunting's talent in the Sword Dao could be considered unprecedented. Behind his identity were his battle records. Wow! Impressive! Su Zimo swept his gaze and could not help but exclaim. The records were dense and there were more than 10,000 words. It took up the most space on the prediction ranking, and his 100-odd battles were all victories. After the battle records came the evaluation of him by Divine Firmament Palace. It surpassed the two reincarnated immortals. Inside, there was a statement declaring that if Yunting were to break through to become a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal, his combat strength would be above Qin Du, Zhong Feiyu, and Lai Xian. If nothing unexpected happened in the fight for the Heaven ranking, he would definitely be the top of the Heaven ranking this time round. Su Zimo smiled and did not comment. Many years had passed since the two of them last fought. He did not have any confidence against the current Yunting either. Su Zimo continued reading. The top 10 of the prediction ranking were successors of the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sections. From that point of view, the 7 heaven-grade factions of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain truly lived up to their reputation. In the top 10 of the ranking, Su Zimo even caught sight of a familiar name. Feng Qinyan. This was also the only Heaven Immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy in the prediction ranking. Su Zimo took a casual glance at the information about Feng Qinyan. Compared to the top 4, Feng Qinyan's identity, achievements and evaluation were mediocre, and he did not have many highlights. It was not surprising for him to be ranked 10th. Su Zimo pouted. Feng Qinyan is known as the number 1 Heaven Immortal of the Academy. Yet his ranking on this prediction ranking is rather average. Lu Ping knew about the feud between Feng Qinyan and Su Zimo. Back when Su Zimo was still in the outer sect, he had a conflict with some people led by Feng Qinyan. However, later on, Su Zimo established the 10th stone step of the Dao Heart Stairs and was accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master of the academy, and his status increased exponentially. That was the reason why there was no direct conflict between the two of them. Lu Ping did not know that Feng Qinyan was the one who schemed behind Yang Rox's serious injuries. In fact, Feng Qinyan even wanted to make use of Yang Rox's injuries to lure Su Zimo away from Heaven and Earth Academy before surrounding and killing the latter. However, later on, that group of people were wiped out by Su Zimo. Even Tang Ping, Feng Qinyan's subordinate, died in Su Zimo's hands. Lu Ping thought for a moment. This is only the prediction ranking. Senior brother Feng's true ranking might be higher. Actually, Lu Ping wanted to remind Su Zimo that his cultivation realm was not high enough, and it was not suitable for him to have a conflict with Feng Qinyan right now. Su Zimo remained silent and browsed through the ranking list. Apart from Yunting and Feng Qinyan, there were indeed a few familiar names among the 100 names of the prediction ranking. Yan Bingying was known as the number one beauty of the inner sect of the academy, and had once admired Feng Qingyun. It was said that over the years, for some unknown reason, the two of them gradually distanced themselves and were no longer as close as before. Yan Bingying was ranked 43 on the prediction ranking and was not weak either. Rank 98 on the prediction ranking, Prince Yuanzhua. When Su Zimo saw that name, he sneered. Prince Yuanzhua truly had some tricks up his sleeves to be able to be ranked in the heaven ranking prediction. Young master, I've seen this ranking list as well. Suddenly, Tao Yao spoke in a serious manner. I feel that this ranking list is not accurate at all. Why? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Your name is not in it, Tao Yao said matter-of-factly. Su Zimo burst into laughter. At the side, Lu Ping rolled his eyes. Tao boy, you don't understand. Senior brother's cultivation speed is indeed very fast. However, this prediction ranking is a competition of combat strength and battle records. There's no way senior brother can be ranked in this prediction ranking when he has just broken through to become a grade 6 heaven immortal. Tao Yao frowned. Why not? There's still 1,000 years before the divine firmament immortal meet. Even if senior brother obtains some huge opportunity in the remaining 1,000 years and breaks through once more to become a grade 7 heaven immortal, it'll be difficult for him to enter this ranking list. Lu Ping explained earnestly. Senior brother's cultivation realm is way too inferior. Look at that Prince Yunting. Just because he's only a minor realm away from being a grade 9 heaven immortal, he's suppressed by the two reincarnated immortals. Even back when Prince Yunting was a grade 6 heaven immortal, he probably wouldn't have been ranked in this heaven ranking prediction, let alone senior brother. Furthermore, senior brother doesn't have any famous achievements. Tao Yao had a confused expression. Didn't you tell me that young Master Su defeated two reincarnated immortals in succession at the 10,000-year meet and obtained the top of the Earth ranking? Lu Ping said. This is a fight for the heaven ranking and achievements, as Earth immortals are not taken into account. The achievements on this ranking list were obtained by these paragons after they advanced to the heaven immortal realm. At this point, Lu Ping suddenly felt like he was undermining his own prestige and said hurriedly, Senior brother, I believe in you. In another 100,000 years, you'll definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction for the next heaven ranking fight. Su Zimo smiled and did not refute. Chapter 2454 Location of Feng Zi. 2454 Location of Feng Zi. Naturally, Su Zimo would not wait another 100,000 years to take part in the next heaven ranking fight. As Tao Yao had said, anything could happen with 1,000 years left until the divine firmament immortal meet. For him, it was not difficult for him to enter the heaven ranking prediction. His true challenge was the genius of the sword Dao who could possibly cultivate to the peak of the grade 9 heaven immortal realm 1,000 years later, Yunting. That was his true opponent. Furthermore, this was the strongest opponent he had encountered in the same cultivation realm since he ascended to the upper world. Right then, a commotion broke out outside the cave abode as someone came to visit. Within the cave abode, there were corresponding projections and crystal balls that could see the situation outside the cave abode. It was clear who was outside. Su Zimo took a glance before retracting his gaze expressionlessly. It was senior sister Mo Qing again. Tao Yao and Lu Ping were not surprised when they saw that the person outside was Mo Qing. Both of them looked at Su Zimo instinctively. Su Zimo remained silent and merely nodded. The two Dao children exchanged glances and understood. Lu Ping shrugged his shoulders helplessly and headed out of the cave abode with Tao Yao. Su Zimo remained seated within his cave abode with no intention of heading out to welcome her. All these years, senior sister Mo Qing had visited him almost every 100 years. Ever since Su Zimo realized that senior sister Mo Qing might have some special feelings for the martial Dao prime body, there was no way he would dare to meet her. He merely wanted to avoid her. That was the reason why he hid in his cave abode all these years and rarely went out. Each time senior sister Mo Qing came to visit, he would instruct Tao Yao and Lu Ping to head out and find an excuse to deal with it while avoiding her. Given senior sister Mo Qing's personality, there was naturally no way she would barge into his cave abode. Over the years, even Tao Yao and Lu Ping were used to it. Therefore, they were not surprised to see Mo Qing visit. Su Zimo's thoughts were simple. If he dealt with it like this a few times, senior sister Mo Qing would definitely be able to sense his alienation and would naturally not interact with him again after a long time. Before long, Tao Yao and Lu Ping returned to the cave abode. Senior sister Mo Qing has already left, Lu Ping said. Yes, Su Zimo replied casually. Lu Ping blinked and probed again. Senior sister Mo Qing seems to be a little angry this time round. Is that so? Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Since senior sister Mo Qing was angry, she would definitely not look for him again in the future. Looking at the delighted Su Zimo, Lu Ping was dumbfounded and his jaws nearly dropped to the ground. What in the world was senior brother thinking? Noticing Lu Ping's strange gaze, Su Zimo immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He coughed gently and said in a low voice, What a pity! Lu Ping rolled his eyes and pulled Tao Yao to the backyard of the cave abode to take a look at the 3 immortal trees. When he arrived at the backyard of the cave abode, Lu Ping whispered, Tao boy, I reckon that senior brother must have done something to let senior sister Mo Qing down. That must be why he's been hiding from her. What could he have done to let her down? Tao Yao was puzzled. Lu Ping said, Actually, it sounds like abandonment after having sex. Do you remember Princess Yunzhu of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom? The book Immortal? I remember. Tao Yao nodded. Lu Ping's eyes burned with the flames of gossip. I feel that something must have happened between senior brother, book Immortal Yunzhu, and senior sister Mo Qing. 3 days later. Once again, someone visited outside the cave abode. This time round, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was alone without Yang Roxu accompanying her. Su Zimo went out and welcomed Princess Scarlet Rainbow in. Not long after Su Zimo and Princess Scarlet Rainbow entered the cave abode, a snow-white butterfly suddenly flew out from a cherry blossom not far away. Hidden here, the color of the butterfly was almost one with the cherry blossoms and was impossible to detect. The snow-white butterfly charged towards Su Zimo's cave abode and harumphed angrily before speeding in the direction of the legacy ground of the academy. In the cave abode. The moment Princess Scarlet Rainbow sat down, she said, Senior brother Su, Brother Qing has located perfected immortal burial night and Feng Ziyi. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked hurriedly, Where are they? Are they alive or dead? Both of them are still alive near Tsengyun Mountain. Princess Scarlet Rainbow hesitated for a moment. However, perfected immortal burial night seems to be severely injured and isn't in a good condition. Feng Ziyi is taking care of him. Tsengyun Mountain. Su Zimo immediately took out a map of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and searched for the location of Tsengyun Mountain. Tsengyun Mountain was not under the rule of the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects, and was an ownerless place. Please help me express my thanks to Brother Qingchang for his assistance. When I'm free, I'll definitely pay a personal visit to express my thanks. Worried about the safety of Feng Ziyi and perfected immortal burial night, Su Zimo put away the map and was prepared to move to Tsengyun Mountain immediately. Don't be hasty, let me finish. Princess Scarlet Rainbow held down Su Zimo hurriedly and said in a deep voice, Brother Qing knows about Feng Ziyi and perfected immortal burial night's capabilities. Therefore, he did not dare to approach them and merely watched from afar. Furthermore, Brother Qing discovered that apart from him, the execution guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom are also targeting the 2 of them. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. Perfected immortal experts must have attacked them for perfected immortal burial night to be severely injured. Exactly, Princess Scarlet Rainbow said. That's why I told you to wait a little longer and not act rashly. You know about Brother Qing's side as well. He's just an ordinary prince and doesn't have the protection of any perfected immortal experts by his side, let alone the capability to mobilize perfected immortal experts of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. He definitely won't be able to defend against the perfected immortal experts of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Roxo already knows about this. He's gathering people at the legacy ground of the Academy, and trying his best to find a few legacy disciples of the Academy to accompany him. We'll go together. That way, even if we encounter perfected immortal experts of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, we'll have a higher chance of rescuing them still. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo composed himself. There were many variables to this matter, and it was indeed impossible for him to deal with it with his strength. Suddenly, Princess Scarlet Rainbow sighed gently. Roxa has just joined the legacy ground and doesn't know many legacy disciples. He might not be able to gather many people. Actually, that was normal. Yang Roxu had just entered the Perfected One realm and his cultivation was still at the Convergence realm. He was at the bottom of the Perfected One realm, and most of the legacy disciples he knew were also at this realm. Furthermore, there was an indescribable feud between Yang Roxu and Sword Immortal Yu Hua previously, and many legacy disciples avoided him. Also, this was Su Zimo's business. Apart from Yang Roxu, the other legacy disciples had never interacted with Su Zimo before and were unfamiliar with him. For the legacy disciples of the Academy, Feng Ziyi and Perfected Immortal Burial Knight were two complete strangers. Unless necessary, who would run so far away to Tsengyan Mountain to help two complete strangers? Right then, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's expression changed. She took out a messenger jade talisman from her storage bag and stood up. Roxu is prepared. Let's go and gather in front of the Academy. Chapter 2455 Why have you been avoiding me? 2455 Why have you been avoiding me? We'll go too. Lu Ping took the initiative to stand out, wanting to follow Su Zimo. No! Su Zimo rejected without hesitation and said in a deep voice. The two of you, just stay in the Academy. You're not allowed to go anywhere. The two of them did not have high cultivation realms, and it was useless even if they followed. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not want Tao Yao to be at risk again. There was probably no place safer than Heaven and Earth Academy in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Young Master, you... Tao Yao had a worried expression and hesitated. Princess Scarlet Rainbow consoled at the side. Don't worry, Roxa and legacy disciples of the Academy will appear this time round. There won't be any danger. This was not Princess Scarlet Rainbow's blind confidence. As one of the 7 Heaven-grade factions, legacy disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy could do whatever they wanted in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, and no one would dare to provoke them. Unless there was a deep feud, conflicts rarely broke out between legacy disciples of the Academy and the other Heaven-grade factions. Furthermore, even if there was a fight, everyone would rely on their own capabilities and no immortal king would step in to suppress the other party. After all the Heaven-grade factions had immortal kings backing them up. If one party took the initiative to break the balance, it would be easy for the situation to escalate or even lose control, turning into a battle at the level of an immortal king. That would not be beneficial for either party. The losses outweighed the gains. For example, on the side of Heaven and Earth Academy, the sect master of the Academy presided over everything with his immaculate calculations. In a fight between people of the same cultivation realm, it was naturally inappropriate for the sect master of the Academy to interfere. However, if an immortal king were to attack a legacy disciple of the Academy, it would be difficult for him to hide from the sect master of the Academy. Let's go, Su Zimo said and led the way outside. If necessary, he would not alarm the martial Dao Prime body unless he had no other choice. The two true bodies cultivated separately, and each of them had different opportunities and dermic das. If he had to alarm the martial Dao Prime body for everything, there would be no need for him to cultivate this Green Lotus true body. Furthermore, if the two true bodies appeared at the same place frequently, it would definitely arouse suspicion. The martial Dao Prime body had merely gone over to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain to create a ruckus once 1,000 years ago, and a clue was immediately spotted by Book Immortal Yun Zhu. If this happened a few more times, even a simple-minded person like senior sister Mo Qing would notice the problem between the two of them. Before long, Su Zimo and Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived at the entrance of the academy. Yang Ruoxu and 3 legacy disciples were already waiting at the entrance of the mountain. Yang Ruoxu took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Let me introduce the 3 of them. They are Perfected Immortal Qing Jing, Perfected Immortal Fu Guang and Hua Qingtian. All of them are senior brothers of the legacy ground." The auras released by the 3 perfected immortals were similar to Yang Ruoxu. If he was not wrong, the 3 of them should be perfected immortals at the Convergence realm. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. No matter what, he was already extremely grateful that the 3 senior brothers of the academy were willing to help. "Greetings, senior brothers. I'm Su Zimo." Su Zimo hurried forward and bowed. Although he was the unnamed disciple of the sect master of the academy, he had yet to officially join the sect master after all, and his status was even beneath legacy disciples. Hua Qingtian and the other 2 sized up Su Zimo with scrutinizing gazes. "You're Su Zimo?" Perfected Immortal Qing Jing said in an implying manner. "You've been in the limelight in the academy all these years." Su Zimo condensed the 10th stone step, alarmed the 9 great elders, and the sect master of the academy even arrived personally to take him in as an unnamed disciple. All of those made him famous in the academy. Although many disciples of the academy had not seen him before, they had all heard of his name. "Not really," Su Zimo replied warily. Yang Ruoxu said, "Let's leave now lest any delays cause things to go wrong." "There's no hurry." Hua Qingtian shook his head. "There are some things that have to be settled before we go." "What do you mean?" Yang Ruoxu asked with a frown. Hua Qingtian said, "Let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. It's fine if you want the 3 of us to help. We don't want much. 1 Sriracha fruit each." Yang Ruoxu's expression changed as he frowned and asked, "Senior brothers, what's the meaning of this?" Perfected Immortal Fu Guang smiled. "Junior brother Yang, we don't have much of a relationship with Su Zimo. We're just fellow sect mates. It's not overboard to ask for compensation, right? Earlier on at the legacy ground, I've already promised to give you enough essence spirit stones as compensation. You guys were agreeable to it as well." Yang Ruoxu suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "We're about to set off, and yet you guys are requesting for Sriracha fruits now. Isn't that way too greedy? Junior brother Yang, watch your words." Hua Qingtian's expression turned cold. "Everyone in the academy knows that you're not on good terms with senior brother Yu Hua. The 3 of us are already taking quite a risk to help you. It's only right for us to ask for more compensation." "Exactly," Perfected Immortal Fu Guang said. "Furthermore, this trip is definitely not simple. There might be danger. Otherwise, you could have done it alone. Why look for the 3 of us?" Perfected Immortal Qing Jing looked at Su Zimo and chuckled. "Junior brother Su, what we want is not overboard. You used the Sriracha fruit to save junior brother Yang previously. I'm sure you must have more of it." Princess Scarlet Rainbow was an inner sect disciple after all. Although she was indignant, she could not say anything and merely cursed internally with a cold expression. Suddenly, Su Zimo smiled and nodded. He did not hide anything and said frankly, "Indeed, I still have Sriracha fruits with me." Hua Qingtian and the other 2 were delighted. However, Su Zimo changed the topic and sneered. "However, I won't give it to you guys." The expressions of Hua Qingtian and the other 2 darkened. Yang Ruoxu took a step forward and stood opposite Hua Qingtian and the other 2, shouting, "That's right, we must not compromise on this matter. Brother Su, don't worry. I don't believe that I alone will be able to save the 2 of them." Actually, it was not that Su Zimo could not bear to part with the Sriracha fruits. It was just that the greedy expressions of Hua Qingtian and the other 2 made him feel disgusted. Even if he gave the 3 of them the Sriracha fruits now, they would probably demand even more when they arrived. Perfected Immortal Qing Jing sneered. "Junior brother Yang, you're only a Convergence perfected immortal. Do you really think that you can defend against a massive army? Hua Qingtian glared at Su Zimo coldly and threatened once more. Su Zimo, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. If you fail to save them later on, it'll be too late for regrets. Su Zimo, you're finally out of seclusion. Right then, a woman's voice sounded not far away with a hint of coldness and anger. Everyone looked over and saw a peerless beauty soaring through the air like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. She was elegant and otherworldly. It was painting Immortal Mo Qing. When Su Zimo saw senior sister Mo Qing, he panicked and averted his gaze. It was rare for Hua Qingtian and the other two to see Fairy Mo Qing in the legacy ground. They were both surprised and delighted to see her today. At the same time, the three of them could sense the suppressed anger on Fairy Mo Qing, and could not help but sneer secretly, gloating. Since Su Zimo offended senior sister Mo Qing, he was bound to suffer. Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow exchanged worried glances. In the blink of an eye, Mo Qing arrived before Su Zimo and glared at him angrily. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists and questioned, "Why have you been avoiding me all these years?" When the onlookers heard that, they were stunned and dumbfounded. Chapter 2456 2456 What has this got to do with you? 2456 What has this got to do with you? Wait a minute? What was going on? Hua Qingtian and the other two were a little stunned and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Senior sister Mo Qing did look angry. However, her tone coupled with her words earlier on sounded a little bitter. Painting Immortal Mo Qing, one of the four great fairies, was obsessed with the Tao of painting and had an indifferent personality. In everyone's hearts, she was a fairy who was high and mighty and untainted by the mortal world. How could she reveal such an attitude? However, her current attitude made her even more attractive for Hua Qingtian and the others. Originally, the painting Immortal was someone who could only be seen from afar and could not be blasphemed. But now, senior sister Mo Qing seemed to have descended to the mortal world and became much more realistic when she came to their side. What did Su Zimo mean by his actions? He was deliberately avoiding personal visits by senior sister Mo Qing? If it was anyone else, they would be so excited that they would not be able to sleep for days. But soon, Hua Qingtian and the other two thought of a possibility. Everyone in the academy knew that senior brother Yuhua had admired senior sister Mo Qing for a long time. Su Zimo must have avoided senior sister Mo Qing because he was afraid of senior brother Yuhua's reputation. At that thought, Hua Qingtian and the other two could not help but lament internally. Su Zimo sure is smart. If he were to get too close to senior sister Mo Qing, he would definitely end up in a tragic state. Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow had strange expressions as well. The two of them exchanged glances. Although they did not say anything, they were telepathic and could understand the message in each other's eyes. Ruoxu, senior brother Su and senior sister Mo Qing look like. I finally understand. Back at the Immortal Sect Selection and Outer Sect of the Academy, senior sister Mo Qing attacked twice. It was not for me, but brother Su. That does make sense. This misunderstanding caused me to be hated by senior brother Yuhua for so long for no reason. Even now, senior brother Yuhua gives me dirty looks each time he sees me. If senior brother Yuhua knew that he hated the wrong person, he would probably explode from anger, hee. Both of them thought of this at the same time, and were secretly worried for Su Zimo. Although Su Zimo was an in-name disciple, his combat strength was far inferior to Sword Immortal Yuhua. Furthermore, Sword Immortal Yuhua had cultivated in Heaven and Earth Academy for many years, and the reputation and faction he had accumulated was far from what Su Zimo could compare to. Because of Fairy Mo Qing's words, the entire scene fell into a strange calmness, as though time had stopped. Yang Ruoxu coughed gently and broke the silence. Is there some misunderstanding? Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and explained hurriedly. Senior sister Mo Qing, I'm truly sorry. I've been cultivating a secret skill in seclusion all these years and can't interrupt it. I wasn't avoiding you intentionally. The moment Mo Qing said that, she realized that she had lost her composure. Actually, in the beginning, she did not think too much about it when she went to look for Su Zimo to no avail. She merely thought that Su Zimo was cultivating in seclusion and could not be distracted. However, after being rejected 7 to 8 times in succession, no matter how naive she was, she realized what was going on and could not help but feel frustrated. Initially, she intended to ignore Su Zimo from now on as well. However, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unable to calm down, she visited again, wanting to confront Su Zimo and ask him about it. 3 days ago, after she failed again, she specially left the ice butterfly near Su Zimo's cave abode to observe in secret. Indeed! After 3 days, Princess Scarlet Rainbow paid a visit, and Su Zimo came out to welcome her personally. Imoqing had endured for more than 1,000 years. Now that she finally caught sight of Su Zimo, she naturally had to come over and ask him about it. She only realized that there were outsiders present after she asked her question. As such, she realized that she had overreacted and regretted it immediately. Although she knew that Su Zimo's explanation earlier on was still perfunctory, she did not say anything more. "You're lying!" Unexpectedly, the ice butterfly on Imoqing's shoulder suddenly spoke in human tongue. "I saw everything. Right after you rejected us, you went out to welcome others in a lively manner just 3 days later." The corners of Su Zimo's mouth twitched. He endured the urge to step forward and squeeze the butterfly to death as he laughed awkwardly. "What a coincidence! I just came out of seclusion, Fufu." The ice butterfly wanted to continue asking and help Imoqing vent her anger. However, Imoqing said, "Little butterfly, that's enough. We'll talk about this in the future." When he saw Imoqing give up on asking, Su Zimo felt relieved and wiped his sweat secretly. "Where are you guys going?" Imoqing asked calmly. At the mention of that, Su Zimo's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "2 of my old friends are in danger, and I'm prepared to head over to help." At this point, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. If senior sister Imoqing could step in, she would be more than 100 times stronger than Hua Qingtian and the other 2. Hua Qingtian and the other 2 were merely convergence perfected immortals. Senior sister Imoqing had long cultivated to become a hollow nether perfected immortal. The 4 levels of the perfected immortal realm: convergence, celestial being, hollow nether, and paradise void. Senior sister Imoqing was only a step away from the final paradise void realm. At that thought, Su Zimo asked, "Senior sister Imoqing, I wonder if you're free. Do you want to follow us over to take a look?" Imoqing did not reply and merely looked at Su Zimo quietly with a fake smile. That gaze caused Su Zimo to panic. The ice butterfly harumphed and said proudly, "No, we're not free. We still have to cultivate in seclusion and can't be distracted." Hua Qingtian sneered as well and mocked, "Junior brother Su, all these years, you've been avoiding senior sister Imoqing on purpose. Now that you've encountered something, you're asking for help instead. Aren't you way too shameless?" "You said that we're shameless. I think you're the one who's truly shameless." Su Zimo shrugged his shoulders. This time round, he did not refute. Actually, he regretted it the moment he asked that question. "What has this got to do with you?" Suddenly, Imoqing spoke and glared at Hua Qingtian coldly. Hua Qingtian's expression froze and he was stunned by Imoqing's words, not knowing what to say for a moment. Imoqing ignored him and took out a Yacatabean from her storage bag. She turned to Su Zimo. "Come on." The Yacatabean expanded rapidly in midair, forming a spirit vessel that emitted a faint fragrance that was intoxicating. "Thank you, senior sister." Su Zimo was delighted and expressed his thanks hurriedly before boarding the exquisite and beautiful Yacatabean spirit vessel. "Brother Yang, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, come up too." When Su Zimo turned back and saw that Yang Roxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow were still rooted on the spot, he called out instinctively, Yang Roxu looked hesitant. Su Zimo did not know, but Yang Roxu did. Painting Immortal Imoqing's Yacatabean was not something that everyone could enter. At the very least, up till now, even Sword Immortal Yuhua did not have the chance. "Come on up. I'll control the Yacatabean so that it can be faster." Mo Qing said indifferently without looking at Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they leaped onto the Acadabian spirit vessel. Swoosh! The Acadabian spirit vessel transformed into a divine light and disappeared in front of Heaven and Earth Academy in the blink of an eye. Hua Qingtian and the other two were left in a mess, sniffing the fragrance of the Acadabian with envious expressions. Chapter 2457 2457 Jue Wuying 2457 Jue Wuying Psengyan Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a short and simple straw hut. A special smell came from within, like medicinal herbs mixed with the smell of blood. Ziyi, leave now. Don't bother about me. In the room, an old man leaned against the head of the bed with a pale expression. He said weakly, I feel uneasy. I can already smell the scent of danger. The old man was severely injured and his blood chi was depleted. His combat strength was completely gone. However, he had cultivated for many years and felt an inexplicable sense of danger, as though it was his instinct. Master, recuperate in peace. We'll leave together when the time comes. A purple-robed woman knelt in front of the old man and whispered with a lowered head. The two of them were perfected Immortal Burial Knight and Feng Ziyi. Although Feng Ziyi's head was lowered, perfected Immortal Burial Knight could still sense the sadness in her heart. Cough, cough, cough. Ziyi, don't be sad. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight let out a violent cough and his breathing was heavy. I know my body's condition. I won't be able to recover. I don't have much lifespan to begin with. Even if I'm not injured, I won't be able to live for more than a few years. Right now, I'm just leaving slightly earlier. The lifespan of a perfected immortal is 500,000 years. Ever since I ascended, I had a glorious time with your grandfather in the divine firmament immortal domain. I was only a step away from achieving greatness. I'm satisfied with the life I had. However, it's a pity that I won't be able to assist Brother Feng in the Fiend domain from now on. Feng Ziyi was expressionless. She had lost her parents at a very young age. Furthermore, she had witnessed them die with her own eyes. That caused an irrecoverable wound in her heart. Ever since then, she had been silent. Coupled with the fact that she cultivated many cultivation techniques of hidden death sect, she became even colder and guarded against everyone. She seemed to have lost her ability to feel fear, sadness, laughter, and everything else. Even though she was sad at the moment, and was unwilling to leave, she did not reveal any emotions. She merely guarded perfected Immortal Burial Knight obstinately. That was despite the fact that she knew the two of them would be in greater danger the longer they stayed here. Suddenly, perfected Immortal Burial Knight sighed. Brother Feng, back when you were trapped in Absolute Thunder City, I did not manage to protect Yunzhou and Xuansu well. All these years, I've always felt guilty. Master, it's not your fault. At the mention of those two names, Feng Ziyi felt as though her heart was pierced by something. Feng Yunzhou and Lu Xuansu were her parents. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight said, Ziyi, head to the Fiend domain. Go now. With Brother Feng around, he'll definitely be able to protect you completely. You're his last and only kin in this world. None of you will leave today. Right then, a voice sounded from outside the house. It was a little cold and its direction was unpredictable, as though it was omnipresent. When he heard that voice, perfected Immortal Burial Knight's expression changed slightly, and he clenched his fists instinctively. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew past, and the straw hut collapsed. Feng Ziyi conjured a ball of essence chi and protected perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Before long, the dust dispersed. Dozens of figures stood in midair with powerful auras. Although their positions seemed relaxed, they had already surrounded the place. Their leader wore a bamboo hat and a black cloth covered his face, revealing only a pair of long and cold eyes. It was Jue Wuying, one of the three great sword immortals of the divine firmament immortal domain. In the distant horizon, thousands of heaven execution guards were speeding over and were about to arrive. When he saw that lineup, perfected Immortal Burial Knight's eyes were filled with despair. There was no chance. Even in his peak condition, it would be difficult for him and Feng Ziyi to escape from such an encirclement. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight held his breath and stood up slowly. He looked at the bamboo hat man in the lead in midair and said, "Jue Wuying, I'll leave my life in your hands today. However, on account that we were once master and disciple, please spare her life. This child is only a grade 3 heaven immortal. She's not a threat to you at all." Perfected Immortal Burial Knight looked at Feng Ziyi beside him and panted, "Master, there's no need to beg him." Feng Ziyi said expressionlessly, "Don't worry about that. At the very least, she won't die now." Jue Wuying said, "We'll use her to lure Feng Cantian out. At that time, we'll send the two of them on their way." Jue Wuying was emotionless as well when he spoke. "Jue Wuying." Perfected Immortal Burial Knight took a deep breath and suddenly hollered, "Back then, I saved you because I saw that you were pitiful. Your skills were all imparted by me. To think that you would be such an ungrateful dog who would betray your master for glory. If you had not betrayed Remnant Knight back then, how would Xuansu have fallen into the hands of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom? In that battle, Yunzhou would not have lost to the heir of King Jin as well." Jue Wuying wore a mask and a bamboo hat so no one could see his face. However, his long and narrow eyes that were exposed became even sharper. Jue Wuying said, "Old thing, you guys were way too naive and laughable back then. To think that you would want to create Remnant Knight to fight against the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. I'll definitely not do something like striking a stone with an egg. You guys had a death wish, but not me." When Perfected Immortal Burial Knight heard that, he could not help but curse. "Ungrateful dog thief, you won't have a good ending." "Is that so?" Jue Wuying said indifferently. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. I'll kill you first today. Hold on." Right then, a voice sounded. Immediately after, hundreds of cultivators sped over. Although their leader was a man, he was extremely good-looking. It was Xie Qingqing of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. He had been watching in the vicinity a long time ago but did not appear. His hundreds of cultivators were all heaven immortal experts and none of them were perfected immortals. Compared to the side of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, the difference in strength was immense. That was the reason why he did not appear right away. But now that Perfected Immortal Burial Knight was in danger, Xie Qingqing couldn't care less and could only grit his teeth and stand out. If he was not wrong, the people from Heaven and Earth Academy should be rushing over. He had to buy as much time as possible. It's best not to be a busybody if you're unrelated. Jue Wuying glanced at Xie Qingqing and said coldly. He had long noticed Xie Qingqing and the others but did not expose them. That was because these people were nothing and posed no threat to him. Xie Qingqing smiled gently and cupped his fists towards the perfected immortal experts of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, declaring loudly, "I'm Xie Qingqing, a prince of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. I'm here for something important. I want to invite Perfected Immortal Burial Knight and Miss Feng to make a trip to the capital of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom's capital." Perfected Immortal Burial Knight and Feng Ziyi glanced at Xie Qingqing in confusion. The two of them did not know this good-looking prince at all and did not know why he would suddenly appear. Furthermore, Xie Qingqing seemed to be on their side. "There's no need to mention the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, or your title as a prince," Jue Wuying said indifferently. "You don't even have a single perfected immortal by your side. If I'm not wrong, you're just an idle prince." Although Xie Qingqing's expression was unchanged after being seen through, he lamented internally. Chapter 2458 So noisy. 2458 So noisy. Immortal King Yen Yan had many concubines and many descendants. It was said that there were hundreds of them. Anyone with the royal bloodline could be conferred the title of prince or princess. However, the difference in status between the princes was extremely obvious. The great Jin Immortal Kingdom had a total of 16 counties and more than 1,000 immortal cities. The Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom had 23 counties and more than 2,000 cities. Only princes who ruled over a county could be considered as princes with true power in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. As for the other princes and princesses, they merely had a title of idle princes and princesses. Back then, Xie Tianhong, who died in the hands of the martial Dao Prime Body, was the prince who presided over Spirit Cloud County. He was extremely powerful, and not only did he have perfected immortal experts guarding him, he could also mobilize a certain number of perfected immortals. As for idle princes like Xie Qingqing, they could only mobilize some heaven immortals at most, let alone perfected immortal experts of the immortal kingdoms. The situation of the three immortal kingdoms was similar. For example, in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, if the position of a prince with authority was vacated, Immortal King Yen-Yang would even let his descendants fight among themselves to choose the most outstanding successors. It was because the difference in status between idle princes and princes who truly controlled territories was great that Jue Wuying did not take Xie Qingqing seriously. "Take Feng Ziyi away and leave that old thing for me," Jue Wuying said coldly. The execution guards below obeyed and surrounded Feng Ziyi. Xie Qingqing frowned and took a deep breath. He led the hundreds of heaven immortals behind him and shielded Feng Ziyi and perfected Immortal Burial Night from the execution guards. "Xie Qingqing, don't test my patience," Jue Wuying said. "I'll say it again. Don't be a busybody." Xie Qingqing smiled. "Exalted Immortal Wuying, please show mercy and let them live. I guarantee that they will definitely not appear in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain in the future. Watch out." Right then, perfected Immortal Burial Night suddenly reminded. Before Xie Qingqing could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out an arrow of blood. His blood qi deteriorated rapidly. Xie Qingqing clutched his chest and grunted. Nobody saw Jue Wuying attack. However, his chest was pierced and his heart exploded. Furthermore, there was still a remnant wisp of true essence sword qi left behind by Jue Wuying, preventing the wound from healing within a short period of time. Xie Qingqing's body trembled slightly and his face was pale. He was already sweating profusely. However, he forced a smile. "As expected of one of the three great sword immortals. Your shadowless sword was completely silent, and without any traces. This is just a lesson for you." Jue Wuying looked down at Xie Qingqing with his long and narrow eyes. "If there's a next time, I'll pierce your essence spirit with my sword." So, Jue Wuying of the three great sword immortals of Divine Firmament is someone who bullies the weak. Right then, accompanied by that voice, an exquisite Eucatabean spirit vessel tore through the air and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. On the Eucatabean stood three people, 2 men and a woman. Xie Qingqing felt slightly relieved when he saw who it was. "Ziyi, look!" A glint flashed through the hazy eyes of perfected Immortal Burial Night when he caught sight of someone on the Eucatabean. "It's him!" Feng Ziyi glanced sideways and her heart stirred when she saw the green-robed scholar on the Eucatabean. The three people on the Eucatabean were Su Zimo, Yang Raoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Heaven and Earth Academy? Jue Wuying swept his gaze across the sect badges on the waists of Su Zimo and the others and murmured softly with an unchanged expression. "Brother Qingqing." When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Xie Qingqing's appearance, her expression changed, and she exclaimed. She leaped down from the Eucatabean and ran over. Xie Qingqing forced a smile. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after going back to recuperate. Brother Xie." In a flash, Su Zimo arrived beside Xie Qingqing as well. He had a worried expression and was suppressing immense rage. Even though he was injured, Xie Qingqing pretended to be relaxed and teased. "You guys are finally here. If you hadn't arrived, I would have really made a run for it." "Thank you." Su Zimo was touched. Although he did not say anything, he remembered this loyalty in his heart. If not for Xie Qingqing, he would not have been able to find Feng Ziyi and perfected Immortal Burial Night. Furthermore, in order to buy time, Xie Qingqing even took the risk and was implicated, severely injured. Actually, Su Zimo merely instructed Xie Qingqing to look for someone. Xie Qingqing and Feng Ziyi did not know one another. Even if he did not stop them, Su Zimo would not blame him at all. However, Xie Qingqing still stood out. Although he looked meek on the surface, he was courageous on the inside. Su Zimo arrived before Feng Ziyi and perfected Immortal Burial Knight, who was in a weak state. He could not help but frown with a terrible expression. With his experience, he could naturally tell that perfected Immortal Burial Knight was at the end of his road. Coupled with his injuries, perfected Immortal Burial Knight could die at any moment. "Lad, you're here?" The corners of perfected Immortal Burial Knight's mouth twitched as he tried his best to squeeze out a smile. Feng Ziyi did not say anything but looked at Su Zimo deeply. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "Senior, don't worry. I'll take you guys away. I'm already someone who's about to die, don't worry about me." Perfected Immortal Burial Knight said, "Take Ziyi away and take good care of her. Since when did Heaven and Earth Academy like to be so nosy?" A perfected immortal of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom suddenly sneered. "The three of you think that you can snatch him from the hands of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom?" Yang Roxa came to Xie Qingqing's side and pushed down on his chest, wanting to purge away the true essence left behind by Jue Wuying. However, he tried a few times in succession but failed. Jue Wuying was a Paradise Void perfected immortal, while Yang Roxa was only a Convergence perfected immortal. The difference between them was way too great. Jue Wuying looked at Yang Roxa's actions and said, "You were the one who said that I was bullying the weak, right? Given your cultivation, you think you can get rid of the true essence sword chi I left behind? Fu, are all people from the academy so ignorant? Who is that? He looks unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen him before? Judging from his cultivation realm, he must have just become a legacy disciple of the academy. You've just entered the perfected one realm. Do you really think that you're omnipotent? Let me tell you the truth, you still have a long way to go." The other perfected immortals of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom chuckled with mocking expressions. "You guys are so noisy." Suddenly, a voice sounded from a room of the Academian's spirit vessel. Although it could not conceal the disdain and disgust in the voice towards everyone from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, it was extremely pleasant. Immediately after, a woman walked out of the Academian and stood at the bow. A gentle breeze blew and the woman's clothes fluttered. She had a graceful figure, and her black hair was tied into a bun. She was like a fairy from the nine heavens who had walked out of an ancient painting and was breathtakingly beautiful. The mockery and private conversations from earlier on vanished instantly. Everyone's gazes landed on the woman and could not shift away. Chapter 2459 Slaying a Perfected Immortal. 2459 Slaying a Perfected Immortal. Among the four great fairies, the Painting Immortal was the most mysterious. She usually lived in seclusion and rarely appeared. Many people had never seen her before. Everyone present felt that the woman on the Academian was extremely beautiful. Standing motionlessly at the bow, it was as though she had fused with her surroundings into a picturesque painting. Painting Immortal? Although Jue Wuying had never seen the true appearance of the Painting Immortal before, he quickly deduced when he saw the sect badge on the woman's waist and the Academian beneath her feet. Even in the entire Divine Firmament Immortal domain, there were only a few people with such appearance and aura, let alone Heaven and Earth Academy. "She's Painting Immortal Mo Qing." Among the execution guards, an execution guard commander said in a deep voice. "Back at the Immortal Sect selection, I was lucky enough to meet her once." This commander of the Heaven Execution Guards was Lone Star. Back then, he accompanied Prince Yuanzhue to the Immortal Sect selection to hunt down Su Zimo. "It's Fairy Mo Qing. That explains everything. The Painting Immortal actually appeared for this matter? I didn't come for nothing today, hee." Many cultivators of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom looked at Mo Qing with burning gazes and discussed secretly. Even the dozens of perfected immortals looked towards Jue Wuying instinctively. If it was just Yang Roxa of Heaven and Earth Academy, they would naturally not take him seriously, and could mock him as much as they wanted. However, everyone had reservations against Painting Immortal Mo Qing. Mo Qing leaped down from the Academian and arrived beside Xie Qingqing. She reached out with her slender hand and pushed against Xie Qingqing's chest. A powerful and strange true essence surged in, gradually purging away the true essence sword chi that Jue Wuying left in his body. Jue Wuying said, "Painting Immortal Mo Qing, I've heard a lot about you." Mo Qing did not look at him. She merely glanced in Su Zimo's direction and said indifferently, "I'm taking those two away." Jue Wuying was silent for a moment before saying, "I'm afraid not." Feng Ziyi was of great importance, and was the key to luring Feng Cantian out. Getting rid of Feng Cantian and eliminating the root of the problem once and for all was extremely important for King Jin and the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. There was no way he could let Feng Ziyi leave. Mo Qing's expression was unchanged as she asked, "And if I insist on taking them away? Then I'm sorry." Jue Wuying's eyes were emotionless. "Coincidentally, I'm interested in seeing just how capable you are, painting Immortal." Although Jue Wuying betrayed Remnant Knight and joined the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom before obtaining the opportunity to cultivate many Dharmic Daos, his foundation was still the Tao of Assassination. Jue Wuying did not care about women at all. Since they could not agree on things, the atmosphere turned tense with just a few words. Yang Roxa sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo secretly. "Zimo, if a fight breaks out later, take them and leave as soon as possible. I'll join forces with Senior Sister Mo Qing and try our best to delay things." "Is this Jue Wuying difficult to deal with?" Su Zimo asked with a voice transmission. "This person, together with Senior Brother Yu Hua and Chun Feng Jian of Imperial Wind Temple, are known as the three great sword immortals of Divine Firmament. His combat strength can be ranked in the top 10 among the perfected immortals of Divine Firmament," Yang Roxa said. "Senior Sister Mo Qing is famous for her Tao of painting. She hasn't cultivated to the final Paradise Void realm, and her combat strength is definitely inferior to Jue Wuying. However, I heard that Senior Sister Mo Qing has a painting book in her hands. If she tears it all apart, we should be able to stop them for the time being." In midair, a perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom rolled his eyes and suddenly chuckled. "I heard that painting Immortal Mo Qing had an affair with a disciple of the Academy, Yang Roxu. Initially, I thought that it was a rumor. Now that I'm seeing it for myself, I know that the rumors are true." The perfected immortal expert repeated the same trick and intended to use this matter to attack Mo Qing's Tao heart like Sither Immortal Meng Yao. If it was in the past, Mo Qing would definitely fall into the other party's trap. She would try to argue her way out, or be secretly frustrated, falling deeper and deeper until her Tao heart revealed an opening. However, after the experience of Avicii, Mo Qing was no longer the same as before. When she heard that person's remarks, Mo Qing's expression was indifferent as she looked up at the perfected immortal and said, "Picturesque reality." Mo Qing channeled her Tao fruit and a halo shone behind her head as she raised her hand slightly. Splash! Instantly, the beautiful surroundings and thousands of kilometers of rivers and mountains formed a shocking painting that suppressed the perfected immortal. Nobody expected Mo Qing to attack the perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom first without a second word. Furthermore, she released a supreme divine power that she had comprehended in the Tao of painting. The moment she attacked, it was a killing move without mercy. Even Su Zimo and Yang Roxu could not react in time, let alone the perfected immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. It felt as though a woman who was usually silent and aloof from worldly affairs had suddenly killed someone in such a domineering manner. Who would have expected that? "You!" The perfected immortal summoned his destiny's spirit treasure hurriedly and blocked in front of him, unable to release his supreme divine power in time. Boom! Picturesque reality crushed down. The majestic mountains and valleys that Mo Qing could see extended with rivers, waterfalls, smoke for thousands of kilometers, vast clouds, flora, birds and beasts. All of them were drawn into the painting and fused into one. The cultivation of this perfected immortal was not high, and he was only at the convergence realm. How could he withstand the impact of that power? As though he was struck by lightning, the person shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even through his destiny's spirit treasure, the power of picturesque reality shattered his life force completely. The person's eyes were listless and dim. He smashed heavily onto the ground with the Destiny Spirit treasure in his hands and died on the spot. Imoqing attacked domineeringly and killed the perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom directly. If there are people in the world who slander, bully, humiliate, laugh at, look down on, degrade or hate you, there's no need for you to endure or explain yourself. What should I do? Just kill them. When Imoqing attacked, she recalled what Desolate Marshal said to her back then. From that moment on, she understood one thing. Most of the time, there was no need for her to prove her innocence against some evildoers. If she was weak, retreated, avoided or endured, it would only make the other party push their luck and be even more aggressive. There was no need for her to explain or endure, she could just fight. Even if she could not kill the other party, she would defeat them and beat them up so that they would feel fear and no longer dare to spout nonsense. Indeed, when Imoqing attacked and killed the perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, the others were shocked and hurriedly summoned their sentient dermic treasures. They glared at her with wary expressions. There was no one else who dared to speak ill of her. Jue Wuying's expression darkened as he said coldly, "Do you think that you and Yang Roxu alone can defend against the perfected immortals present in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom? Let me tell you, it's useless even if you tear all the paintings in your painting book. No one can take away anyone that I, Jue Wuying, want to keep." Imoqing took out her painting book and held it in her hands. A gentle breeze blew past and flipped through the pages of the painting book. All sorts of powerful living beings swept past it with a terrifying aura. "You can try me!" Imoqing held the painting book fearlessly. At most, she would tear the painting book apart and perish together with them. Foo-foo. Suddenly, Jue Wuying laughed. "Fairy Imoqing, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you killed someone from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, I'll let Heaven and Earth Academy pay with a life." Chapter 2460 Escaping Unscathed? 2460 Escaping Unscathed? This is bad. Imoqing's heart sank. Over the years, she had browsed through much information about the cultivation world and had naturally heard of the capabilities of the Shadowless Sword. Jue Wuying was the most famous assassin in the current era and had once killed many powerful perfected immortals above his level. He was quite famous in the Nine Firmament Immortal domain, and even the entire heavenly world. His combat strength might not be top tier among the perfected immortals, but even the experts on the perfected immortal ranking were extremely wary of him. She and Yang Roxu were the only perfected immortals among those of the academy present. Imoqing believed that Jue Wuying would not dare to kill her. In that case, Jue Wuying only had a single target left. Yang Roxu. This was a Paradise Void perfected immortal trying to assassinate a Convergence perfected immortal. There was no doubt that Yang Roxu would die. In a flash, those thoughts flashed through Imoqing's mind. Without hesitation, she took out an ancient painting right away and threw it in the direction of Yang Roxu. This was a treasure she had obtained in Avicii, the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend diagram. Jue Wuying's assassination attempt was silent and without a trace. If she were to make a move after sensing it, it would definitely be too late. Imoqing could only predict beforehand and make a decision. The Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend diagram spread instantly and surrounded Yang Roxu. There were 4 figures on the painting and 3 of them were dim with blurry lines that could not be seen clearly. However, one of them had golden hair, blue eyes and shone with a blinding golden light from head to toe. His blood chi surged and his gaze was burning with life. Although it was only a figure on the painting, it exuded an endless might. God race! Many perfected immortal experts exclaimed when they saw that figure. The characteristics of the god race were extremely obvious, and could be recognized at a glance. Many perfected immortals even suspected that if anyone approached and threatened Yang Roxu, the god figure on the painting would run out and kill all threats. Back in Avicii, a bone fiend of white bone sect merely exchanged glances with the god figure on the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend diagram and was blinded on the spot. It was clear how strong the god figure was. All these years, Even when Mo Qing comprehended the divine ghost immortal fiend diagram, she had only comprehended the god figure. There were also the ghost, immortal, and fiend figures that she had yet to comprehend. Foo-foo. Suddenly, a scoff filled with mockery sounded from midair. That was Jue Wuying's laughter. Furthermore, he had already vanished from the spot. The most terrifying assassin of the heavenly world had already attacked. However, there was no reaction from the divine ghost immortal fiend diagram that surrounded Yang Roxu. The god figure on it did not retaliate either. Suddenly, Mo Qing thought of a possibility, and her heart sank as blood drained from her face. Jue Wuying's target might not be Yang Roxu but Su Zimo. I heard that this lad is irreconcilable with Prince Yuanzhua and even offended Princess Mengyao. I'll kill him today as a gift for her. Jue Wuying's voice sounded, and his assassination had already descended on Su Zimo. Nobody expected Jue Wuying to attack Su Zimo. Firstly, Su Zimo was only a heaven immortal. For a renowned expert like Jue Wuying, assassinating a heaven immortal was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. There was no need for that. Secondly, Mo Qing killed a perfected immortal expert of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Therefore, when Jue Wuying said that he wanted Heaven and Earth Academy to pay with a life, everyone would instinctively think that Jue Wuying would also assassinate a perfected immortal of the Academy. That way, both parties would be equal. However, the actions of assassins could not be judged with common sense to begin with. The Tao of assassination required the element of surprise. The more unexpected it was, the higher the success rate of the assassination. Zimo, watch out! The first to react was perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Although they were both assassins, Jue Wuying's assassination technique was imparted to him by perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Naturally, he could sense what was on Jue Wuying's mind. However, he was severely injured and was at the end of his road. Even his reaction was much slower, let alone help. In fact, it was even slower than Su Zimo's reaction. That was because just as Jue Wuying was about to attack, Su Zimo's spirit perception warned him wildly. He sensed a strong sense of danger. The aura of death was so strong that it almost suffocated him. This might be the greatest danger he had encountered since he ascended to the upper world. An assassination attempt from a top-tier perfected immortal expert. It was too fast. Su Zimo could not see Jue Wuying's figure, let alone the direction and trajectory of his attack. However, he knew that Jue Wuying had already attacked. More importantly, although Yang Roxu and senior sister Mo Qing were present, no one could help him. By the time the two of them reacted, he would have been reduced to a corpse. Teleportation? His figure and aura were completely locked onto by Jue Wuying, and he could not teleport at all against the might of a perfected immortal expert. As for the true Dragon 9 flashes, its release speed was slightly slower than teleportation. He could not use it as well. Even the true Dragon 9 flashes could not do it, let alone the ethereal wings, rock wings, boundless golden light, and other divine powers. Before he could release all those divine powers, Jue Wuying would have already killed him. Even if he wanted to abandon this green lotus true body and his essence spirit left his body, it would not be able to match Jue Wuying's sword. At the end of the day, the difference in strength between the two of them was immense, and his many trump cards were almost useless in the face of absolute strength. Furthermore, for a top-tier assassin like Jue Wuying, he would definitely give it his all the moment he attacked. He would not underestimate his opponents just because they were weak. Therefore, the moment Jue Wuying attacked, he severed all of Su Zimo's escape routes. He wanted to kill with a single strike. Poof! Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's glabella was pierced by a sword. Suddenly, Jue Wuying's figure appeared. It's over! Yang Roxu was shocked and clenched his fists with a pained expression. It was too fast. Although the entire process sounded slow upon narration, it happened in an instant. With a single thought from everyone, Jue Wuying's sword had already pierced Su Zimo's head. Mo Qing's eyes dimmed. There were no miracles in this world. Since Jue Wuying made a move, he would definitely kill all of Su Zimo's chances of survival. If he wanted to survive, he had to first sense Jue Wuying's killing intent, determine the direction of the sword, and have the ability to escape from its pursuit. Even perfected immortals would not be able to do all of that, let alone a heaven immortal. The shadowless sword was silent and unfathomable. Even she could only barely catch a faint trace of it. In other words, she could not guarantee that she would be able to escape unscathed if Jue Wuying attacked her. However, the moment those thoughts flashed through Mo Qing's mind, she frowned slightly and noticed something amiss. There was no blood at all after the sword pierced Su Zimo's head. Something unexpected seemed to have happened on the battlefield. Bang! Su Zimo's body exploded without any flesh. His body transformed into rays of green light and dissipated into the world. Immediately after, Su Zimo's figure suddenly appeared beside Mo Qing. Although his face was pale as though he was scared out of his wits, his life force was strong and intact. Su Zimo was not dead? He managed to escape from Jue Wuying's sword? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 2461 2461 and Shaking a Tree. 2461 and Shaking a Tree. Swoosh! Su Zimo had just stabilized himself when a jade-colored light flew over from Jue Wuying's sword and entered his consciousness. Many perfected immortals could clearly see that the jade-colored light seemed to be a jade manual. Golden cicada shedding? Jue Wuying murmured softly, and a look of surprise flashed through his long eyes. Everything happened too quickly. Apart from Jue Wuying and Su Zimo, many bystanders did not know what happened. Jue Wuying was right. Su Zimo had just used a supreme divine power, Golden Cicada Shedding. Golden Cicada Shedding was a little special. There was a prerequisite for releasing this divine power. One had to possess a clone of their own. Thereafter, he would make use of his clone to complete the process of escaping with Golden Cicada Shedding. When he was attacked fatally, his clone would endure the damage, and his true body would escape. That was not the reason why Jue Wuying was surprised. That was because even if someone released Golden Cicada Shedding, they would not be able to break free from his shadowless sword. His sword was extremely fast and powerful, enough to penetrate Su Zimo's clone and true body. He did not give Su Zimo's true body a chance to escape at all. However, a variable still happened. In order to kill with a single strike, Jue Wuying attacked and charged towards Su Zimo's consciousness. When his sword entered Su Zimo's consciousness, he felt a tremendous resistance. The tip of the sword seemed to have struck a tough object that could not be pierced. The reason why he appeared was because his shadowless sword paused. The shadowless sword struck the pure jade manual. The clone that he destroyed was the primeval body that Su Zimo condensed using the pure jade manual. No matter how sharp the shadowless sword was, it could not penetrate the pure jade manual. This jade manual had been passed down through history and was an indestructible treasure to begin with, containing a world within. Only Emperor weapons could destroy it. That momentary pause allowed Su Zimo to find a sliver of life and release his teleportation divine power. He escaped and arrived beside Fairy Mo Qing. Thereafter, the pure jade manual returned to his consciousness. It did not matter if his primeval body was destroyed, he could release it again a few days later. Although the entire process seemed simple, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he recalled it. If there was even a single deviation in his judgment, he would have died on the spot. You have the pure jade manual of the three pure ones jade manual in your hands. Jue Wuying was extremely sharp and recognized the origin of the pure jade manual instantly. Many perfected immortals' eyes lit up when they heard that. A taboo mystic classic, the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual. Although it was only a single volume, it was a priceless treasure that could drive countless cultivators crazy. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade tearing through the air was ear-piercing. By the time everyone heard the sound, a golden light had already closed in with a terrifying power that almost tore through the void. Its target was Jue Wuying. It was too fast. Furthermore, the timing of the golden light was perfect. Jue Wuying had just failed in his attack and revealed himself. Most of his attention was focused on Su Zimo and the Pure Jade manual, and he was slightly distracted. Right then, the golden light arrived instantly. Jue Wuying's expression was dark as he channeled his Tao fruit and released a tremendous amount of true essence. Gripping the shadowless sword in reverse, he slashed towards the golden light. Clang! The shadowless sword collided with the golden light and let out a sharp sound. Jue Wuying shuddered. The golden light revealed its true form at the same time. It was a golden arrow. The power of that arrow was way too strong. The moment Jue Wuying made contact with it, he realized that he could not neutralize the power contained in the arrow completely given his strength. The momentum of Jue Wuying's sword suddenly changed as he guided the golden arrow towards the top of his head. At the same time, he lowered his body. If things went according to plan, the arrow would follow the momentum to shoot over his head. However, right then, a change happened on the battlefield. Almost everyone who saw that would instinctively wonder who the attacker was and how Jue Wuying should dispel that arrow. However, Su Zimo was glaring at Jue Wuying's figure the entire time. His killing intent surged and he was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Jue Wuying had just nearly taken his life. How could he let things go just like that? However, the difference between them was extremely great. Under normal circumstances, none of his methods would be a threat to Jue Wuying. In fact, he might not even be able to touch the corner of Jue Wuying's clothes. But now, Jue Wuying had no time to be distracted against that arrow. This was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Fleeting moment! Many divine powers and secret skills flashed through Su Zimo's mind before he finally chose this supreme divine power. Everyone was stunned. Nobody expected that a mere heaven immortal who had just escaped death from the shadowless sword would dare to attack a peak-perfected immortal expert. Even Jue Wuying had not expected this. However, he was calm and was not worried at all. Without even looking at Su Zimo, a mocking expression flashed through his face. Even a supreme divine power released by a grade 9 heaven immortal was of no threat to him, let alone a grade 6 heaven immortal. There was an insurmountable gap between heaven immortals and perfected immortals. When heaven immortals released their divine powers, they still used heaven and earth essence chi as the foundation. As for perfected immortal experts, they condensed their Tao fruits and were protected by true essence. Even if they did not move, they could defend against the supreme divine powers released by any heaven immortal. Furthermore, Jue Wuying was a paradise void perfected immortal. When the Tao fruit was pushed to its limits, his true essence was pure and condensed. It was vast and majestic, circulating within his body and was not something that heaven immortals could deal with. Fufu. In midair, many perfected immortals of the great Jin immortal kingdom could not help but sneer when they saw Su Zimo's actions. In their eyes, Su Zimo's actions looked so childish and naive. An ant shaking a tree, those words were the perfect description of this scene. Jue Wuying did not take fleeting moments seriously at all. He merely used his true essence to protect himself, and defended against the incoming golden arrow wholeheartedly. Dong! After fleeting moment was released, another drumbeat sounded in the void. Suddenly, Jue Wuying's figure swayed imperceptibly. Boom! The golden arrow crossed his head and entered a stone wall not far away with a loud bang. Half of the golden arrow's tail was exposed and was still trembling slightly. It was clear how terrifying the arrow's power was. The sound of the drum after fleeting moment was drowned by the loud bang and no one noticed it. Su Zimo looked at Jue Wuying who was not far away and lamented internally. After all, fleeting moment had not synthesized perfectly with the twilight drum sound and was not a threat to a perfected immortal expert like Jue Wuying. Xing! Right then, the bamboo hat on Jue Wuying's head exploded into pieces. The golden arrow that flew by earlier on merely scratched the edge of the bamboo hat and tore it apart with a tremendous force. Jue Wuying remained silent with a cold gaze. The black cloth on his face covered his unfathomable expressions and slightly weathered face. He reacted quickly and took out a brand new bamboo hat from his storage bag, putting it on once more. During that short process, Su Zimo noticed something unusual. He caught sight of a few white hairs on Jue Wuying's sideburns. Although fleeting moment could not kill Jue Wuying, it was still effective. Chapter 2462-2462 Retreat 2462 Retreat. Apart from Su Zimo, no one else noticed anything unusual about Jue Wuying. Jue Wuying cultivated many cultivation techniques and was able to conceal his aura to begin with. Nobody expected that a supreme divine power of a grade 6 heaven immortal would affect a paradise void perfected immortal. At that moment, Jue Wuying's heart was in turmoil. His lifespan was 60,000 years short. Initially, he was 380,000 years old and was still at his peak for a perfected immortal with a lifespan of 500,000 years. However, in just a few breaths, he was already 440,000 years old. Although his combat strength was still present and had almost not decreased, from that moment on, he was already past his peak and had begun declining. Under normal circumstances, he could have avoided that golden arrow perfectly. He was confident that his calculations were spot on. However, it was because of the decrease in his lifespan that there was a deviation in his strength. That was the reason why the golden arrow earlier on tore his bamboo hat. Apart from Jue Wuying and Su Zimo, no one else knew what the slight deviations in his body earlier on meant. How is that possible? Jue Wuying could not believe it. A supreme divine power released by a grade 6 heaven immortal could affect his lifespan, and even reduce it by more than 60,000 years. Unless, that was not a supreme divine power at all, but a peerless divine power. However, that did not make sense. Peerless divine powers had extremely high requirements for the essence spirit. Even a grade 9 heaven immortal would die on the spot before they even released it due to the toll on their essence spirit, let alone a grade 6 heaven immortal. Furthermore, how could a heaven immortal come into contact with peerless divine powers? Peerless divine powers were comparable to taboo mystic classics. Most perfected immortals had difficulty coming into contact with it. Even if they came into contact with it, it would be difficult for them to benefit from it even if they spent their entire lives, let alone comprehend and release it. It was no exaggeration to say that if a perfected immortal expert could comprehend a peerless divine power, it was almost certain that he was the supreme perfected immortal of the current era. Although Jue Wuying was enraged that he lost 60,000 years of lifespan for no reason, he did not attack Su Zimo right away. First, Su Zimo was already standing beside Painting Immortal Mo Qing. Painting Immortal Mo Qing wielded the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend diagram, and he no longer had any chances. Second, the person who fired the arrow earlier on was the greatest threat to him. Jue Wuying looked in the direction where the golden arrow came from and saw a group of hundreds of riders approaching slowly. All of them wore battle armor and wielded spears. The tall horses they rode were extraordinary. They had powerful auras with flames on their hooves. It was clear that they were variant immortal beasts. Their leader wore golden armor and was tall and burly. Even though he was riding on a horse, he was far superior to others. He had handsome features and his eyes were blue as the sea. His sockets were slightly sunken, accentuating his deep gaze and high nose bridge. Their leader was a god race being. The god race being had a bag of golden arrows on his back and a golden halberd on his horse's back, wielding a gigantic bow in his hands. Although there were not many troops, they were disciplined and every single one of them exuded steely killing intent as though they were on the battlefield. "It's the Imperial Army of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom," Yang Roxa whispered. "By the looks of it, they might be on our side. I wonder who invited these reinforcements." Su Zimo looked over. Through the figures of the Imperial Army, he could vaguely see that there seemed to be a carriage in the middle of the hundreds of Imperial Army soldiers, but he could not see who was inside. Yang Roxa said, "The god race being in the lead is Shugen. For some unknown reason, he chose to join the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom and become the commander of the Imperial Army. This person rarely attacks. However, it's said that his combat strength should be ranked in the top 5 among the perfected immortals of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain." Only someone from the royal family of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom with an extremely high status could have mobilized this person. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he roughly guessed the identity of the person in the carriage. Yang Roxu was puzzled. I wonder who has the power to bring the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom into this. Su Zimo remained silent. Only Imoqing seemed to have sensed something and glanced at Su Zimo instinctively. Yang Roxu pondered for a moment, and glanced at painting Immortal Imoqing before sending a voice transmission to Su Zimo secretly. It might be senior sister Imoqing. She's the only one who has such an influence. So, it's Commander Shu. I was wondering who could have shot that arrow with such strength. Jue Wuying looked at Shu Gen, who was not far away, and asked slowly. May I know why you're here, Commander Shu? I'm going to take those two away. Shu Gen pointed to Feng Ziyi and Perfected Immortal Burial Knight, who were not far away, and said, Don't worry. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Feng Ziyi and Perfected Immortal Burial Knight with his spirit consciousness. The people from the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom have no ill intentions. And if I don't let them go? Jue Wuying raised his brows slightly. Clang! Suddenly, Shu Gen slapped the metal spear in front of him and said expressionlessly, You can try. Apart from Shu Gen, there were less than 10 perfected immortals on the side of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom. Even if Heaven and Earth Academy and the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom joined forces, they could not compare to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom in terms of numbers. However, if a huge battle were to break out, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom would probably suffer immense losses and return in defeat. Jue Wuying felt that he could only take on Shu Gen at most. Even then, his chances of winning were not high. If Fairy Imoqing were to tear the painting book in her hands and release many powerful ferocious beasts and living beings, it would be difficult for the perfected immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom to defend. Also, in the middle of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom's imperial army, there was a mysterious carriage. It looked simple without any decorations and was extremely plain. However, Jue Wuying checked multiple times in secret to see who was sitting inside, but to no avail. After his spirit consciousness entered the carriage, it vanished instantly like a clay ox entering the sea. Unknowns were variables. Jue Wuying did not dare to wage war rashly. What he said earlier on was actually just to test the determination of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom. However, Shu Gen's unyielding attitude made him want to retreat. Furthermore, his lifespan was inexplicably reduced by 60,000 years after he was struck by a supreme divine power of a heaven immortal. He wanted to go back and check as soon as possible to see if there was anything wrong with his body and how he could recover his lost 60,000 years of lifespan. Subconsciously, he was still unable to accept that the supreme divine power of a heaven immortal could reduce his lifespan by 60,000 years cleanly and cause irreparable damage. Since you insist, Commander Shu, I'll give you some face. After a long silence, Jue Wuying said slowly. However, let me remind you that the two people you're choosing to protect are wanted criminals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the responsibility if a conflict breaks out between our two immortal kingdoms because of this, Commander Shu. Shu Gen was unmoved and replied indifferently. You don't have to worry for me. All right. Jue Wuying sneered. I'll definitely report everything that happened today when I return. Commander Shu, I'll remember your arrow today. I hope that you'll be careful when you head out in the future. Even Shu Gen's expression changed instinctively, and he frowned at the threat of a top-tier assassin. With that said, Jue Wuying disappeared from the spot in a flash. The other perfected immortal experts of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom exchanged glances, and could only return to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. The thousands of execution guards retreated rapidly like a tide. Chapter 2463 sent to the Fiend Domain. 2463 sent to the Fiend Domain. Su Zimo and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom retreat. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight witnessed the entire process and felt emotional. He and Feng Ziyi did not have such power to cause the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Heaven and Earth Academy, and even the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom to step in to save them. It was all because of a single person. It was because of this person's interference that dozens of perfected immortals from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and thousands of execution guards left in disgrace. In fact, a perfected immortal's corpse was even left behind. Back then, this young man was in a wretched state and had nowhere to hide. In just a few thousand years, that weak cultivator of the past had already grown to such an extent and mobilized 3 top factions in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain to send reinforcements. Su Zimo cupped his fist towards Shugen on his divine steed and said in a deep voice, "I'm Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Thank you for your help, Commander Shu." Shugen nodded. "My mistress invites you and Fairy Mo Qing in." As he said that, the group of Imperial Army soldiers dispersed, revealing a passage that led to the simple and plain carriage in the middle. If it was anyone else who invited her into the carriage, she would definitely ignore them. However, at that moment, Mo Qing had already guessed the identity of the person in the carriage and would naturally not decline the request. Su Zimo patted Xie Qingqing on the shoulder and nodded slightly. "Brother Xie, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." Thereafter, he nodded to Feng Zi and perfected Immortal Burial Knight, indicating for them to not worry. Su Zimo and Mo Qing walked over and the Imperial Army closed in once more, blocking everyone's line of sight. Yang Roxu, Xie Qingqing and the others still did not know the identity of the mysterious person in the carriage. Su Zimo and Mo Qing boarded the carriage and a plain-robed woman sat at the side, looking at them with a smile. It was Book Immortal Yunzhu. In the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom, there were not many people who could mobilize the Imperial Army to begin with. There were even less people who could order Commander Shu Gen around. Even Yun Ting was not qualified, but Yunzhu could. "Indeed, it was you, sister." Mo Qing smiled at Yunzhu. Back in Avicii, the 3 of them were the ones who experienced life and death danger together. As such, the relationship between the 2 fairies became extremely close, and they referred to one another as sisters. Due to her personality, Mo Qing did not have many friends. After the trip to Avicii, she almost regarded Yunzhu as her only confidant. Su Zimo rarely saw senior sister Mo Qing smile. Now that senior sister Mo Qing was smiling at Yunzhu, he felt a sense of amazement. "I'm in the academy with senior sister, and we meet often. If this is how I feel despite that, outsiders will probably lose their souls at the sight of this smile." A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. "What are you thinking about? I've done you such a huge favor and you're not even going to greet me?" Right then, Yunzhu's voice sounded. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and coughed gently, smiling. "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. Thank you for today's matter." Yunzhu smiled and did not make things difficult for Su Zimo. She turned to look at Mo Qing. "I don't want to show myself, so I called the 2 of you over." Naturally, Su Zimo and Mo Qing understood this matter. Mo Qing asked, "However, your Imperial Army was the one who appeared this time round and took away the 2 of them. If the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom pursues the matter, how will you deal with it?" Yunzhu did not reply. She looked at Su Zimo and asked, "What do you intend to do with the 2 of them?" Su Zimo said, "I want to send them to the Fiend domain." This was also his initial plan so that Feng Cantian and Feng Zi could reunite. Yunzhu glanced at Su Zimo with a fake smile and said deliberately, "Send them to Tianhuang's sect in the Fiend domain so that they can be protected by Desolate Marshal, right?" Feeling guilty, Su Zimo stole a glance at senior sister Mo Qing. When he saw that the latter did not notice anything unusual, he stammered, "Yes. Feng Cantian is over there. I heard that he's already a Grotto Heaven King and can take care of them." Yunzhu no longer teased Su Zimo and said sternly, "If the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom asks about it, it'll be easy to deal with them. I'll just say that the 2 of them were abducted midway or find any other random excuse to brush it off. If we're heading to the Fiend domain, we can head in the direction of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom. I'll escort them and there won't be any danger." "All right." Su Zimo was delighted. "I'll arrange for them to come over right away." If they headed in the direction of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom and were escorted by Book Immortal Yunzhu, it would be equivalent to Feng Ziyi and perfected Immortal Burial Knight breaking free from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom's line of sight and pursuit. Su Zimo stood up and left the carriage. He went to Xie Qingqing's side first and said, "Brother Xie, I really have to thank you for this. However, I didn't expect that you would be severely injured today." "It's nothing." Xie Qingqing waved it off coolly and smiled. "This injury is nothing much. I'll recover completely after recuperating for a few days. Brother Xie, I have other matters to attend to and can't drink heartily with you today. I can only bid farewell here," Su Zimo said in a deep voice. "However, Brother Xie, if you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me at Heaven and Earth Academy. If I can, I'll definitely do my best." "Yes." Xie Qingqing's expression changed slightly as he pondered for a moment, as though he wanted to say something but was hesitant. When Su Zimo saw that Xie Qingqing wanted to speak but hesitated, he said, "Brother Xie, feel free to speak your mind." Xie Qingqing was silent for a moment before smiling. "It's nothing much. We'll talk about it in the future." Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was clear that Xie Qingqing had something on his mind. However, since he was unwilling to say it explicitly, Su Zimo could not ask further. Xie Qingqing took a deep breath and cupped his fists with a smile. "Brother Su, don't worry. Go on with your business. I'm prepared to head back as well. We'll meet again in the future." Su Zimo nodded. "Like I said, if you encounter any difficulties, come look for me. All right, let's bid farewell here." Xie Qingqing cupped his fists once more before bidding farewell to Yang Roxu, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, and the others. He led the hundreds of heaven immortals under his lead and sped off on the spirit vessel. Yang Roxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow came up as well. They bid farewell to Su Zimo and left hand in hand, returning to Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo supported perfected Immortal Burial Knight and passed through the Imperial Army with Feng Ziyi. Beside the simple carriage, Yunzhu had already prepared another spacious and grand carriage. Su Zimo helped perfected Immortal Burial Knight and with Feng Ziyi following closely behind. The carriage opened up and there were many necessities within. Compared to Yunzhu's simple and plain carriage, it was worlds apart. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight's condition was getting worse, and he could not even stand. He could only lie on the bed and the glint in his eyes dimmed gradually. This was the monarch of the assassins who established Hidden Death sect in Tianhuang mainland and experienced the ancient war. Even after ascending for another 400,000 years, he was still at the end of his life. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight was at the end of his road. He did not have any excess strength to heal his injuries. The carriage had already begun to move. However, it was unusually silent within, filled with the sadness of parting. Chapter 2464 2464 Injustice 2464 Injustice. Feng Ziyi did not say anything the entire time and merely guarded beside perfected Immortal Burial Knight quietly. She was expressionless, and even her eyes were like stagnant water without any ripples. She had always been like this. Su Zimo had known her for many years and had traveled with her before. Although they had interacted for a while, he rarely saw any emotions on her face. Initially, Su Zimo thought that she was cold by nature. However, later on, he found out that her family was destroyed when she was young and she witnessed her parents die tragically. That was the reason why her personality changed drastically, and she became like this. "Where have you guys been all these years?" Su Zimo asked. "After the Thunder Monarch formed his grotto heaven and became a king, he came to the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain to look for you guys and Remnant Knights, old subordinates. However, Immortal King experts of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom were alarmed and he could only retreat to the Fiend domain helplessly. All these years, I've also entrusted friends of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom and Ziyi Immortal Kingdom to look for you guys. However, there was no news," Feng Ziyi said. "After we parted ways previously, Prince Yuanzhou launched a frenzied revenge and hunted down all remaining Remnant Knight cultivators. Master and I had nowhere to hide and fled. In the process of escaping, he entered an ancient ruin by mistake, and was isolated from the world. He only managed to escape after cultivating for thousands of years. When Master and I heard that Grandpa had established himself in the Fiend domain, we wanted to gather Remnant Knight's old faction and bring everyone over. However, Prince Yuanzhou had already set up a trap in advance and made use of Remnant Knight's old faction to lure me and Master out. Prince Yuanzhou again! Su Zimo's expression turned cold as killing intent flashed through his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Even after thousands of years, he's still persistently haunting us." Su Zimo pondered for a moment and understood Prince Yuanzhu's intentions. Back then, Feng Cantian broke free from Absolute Thunder City right under the nose of Prince Yuanzhou. Prince Yuanzhou was partly to blame, and as such, his status as the Prince of Green Cloud County was removed. Although the current Yuanzhou was a prince, he did not have the true power of a prince. His status and power were far inferior to before. The reason why he wanted to capture Feng Ziyi and perfected Immortal Burial Knight to lure out Feng Cantian was so that he could make up for his mistake and reclaim his position as the Prince of Green Cloud County. That was why he did not give up even after thousands of years. "What happened later on?" Su Zimo asked. Feng Ziyi said, "Later on, Master brought me out of the encirclement, but we were severely injured as well. These injuries were left behind by that battle." At the side, perfected Immortal Burial Knight coughed violently and panted. "I'm not as I used to be, I'm too old." Even without asking, Su Zimo could roughly guess what happened later on. The reason why the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom sent Jue Wuying and dozens of other perfected immortals to hunt down Feng Ziyi and perfected Immortal Burial Knight was because they wanted to ensure that nothing went wrong after Prince Yuanzhu's encirclement failed. Given Prince Yuanzhu's current status, there was no way he could command these perfected immortals. Immortal King experts of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom were definitely behind this. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight's eyes were cloudy as he laughed self-deprecatingly and lamented. "To think that after dominating for many years and killing countless strong foes, I would end up falling in the hands of a group of juniors of the Heaven Immortal Realm." There was a hint of indignance and sadness in Perfected Immortal Burial Knight's tone. Su Zimo looked at the white-haired old man who was lying on the bed at the end of his road. He could not help but recall Tianhuang mainland and the majestic ancient era where multiple monarchs rose. The old man before him was one of the monarchs who founded Hidden Death Sect and passed it down through history. This old man was once comparable to the human monarch, thunder monarch, saber monarch, sword monarch and Buddha monarch. In order for the human race to survive, he fought against the primordial 9 races and left behind legends on the battlefield, creating a glorious era that belonged to the human race. But now, a hero in his twilight years was humiliated to such an extent. A sense of injustice surged in Su Zimo's heart, and he could not calm down for a long time. His chest felt stuffy and he could not help but take a deep breath. Suddenly, he stood up and left the carriage. With a cold expression, he gazed into the distance in silence. Before long, Emo Qing walked out of the carriage at the side. She looked at Su Zimo and said softly, "I'm going back. Are you sending them to the Fiend domain?" "Yes," Su Zimo replied distractedly. Emo Qing pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Follow me. I want to tell you something." The two of them jumped down from the carriage. After the Imperial Army of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom left, Emo Qing took out a painting from her storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. Emo Qing said, "Since you want to send them to the Fiend domain, help me give this painting to Desolate Marshal." "All right." Su Zimo nodded in agreement, and was prepared to put it away. Emo Qing asked, "Aren't you going to take a look?" "Can I?" Su Zimo was stunned. Emo Qing said, "Of course. Since you're so familiar with him, can you help me take a look at how the painting looks? Does it resemble him?" Su Zimo obeyed and opened the painting slowly. There was a painting of a purple-robed man. His clothes fluttered and his black hair danced. Hands behind his back, he was tall and straight with a silver mask on his face. Those eyes were mysterious and deep with a hint of coldness. In terms of drawing skills alone, this painting had already drawn the martial Dao prime body almost perfectly, and was lifelike. Qing had only seen the martial Dao prime body a few times, and she was able to create such a painting based on her memories. Her title as the painting Immortal was indeed well deserved. Even the unique aura of the martial Dao prime body was reflected in the painting. Yes, it resembles him very much. Su Zimo nodded and put away the painting. Thank you for your effort, senior sister. Although he agreed, he had no intention of handing the painting to the martial Dao prime body. Him seeing this painting was equivalent to the martial Dao prime body seeing this painting. Naturally, there was no need for him to do the unnecessary act of handing it personally to the martial Dao prime body. Qing looked at Su Zimo begrudgingly. Speaking of which, it's your fault. All these years I've looked for you many times, but you've always avoided me. If you had told me more about Desolate Marshal, this painting would have been even better. But now, this painting only has its form, but it lacks a lot of charm. Su Zimo was silent. I'm leaving. After you send them away, if there's nothing else, return to the academy. Qing said. The matter of you possessing the pure jade manual has already been exposed. You might encounter danger outside. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister. Su Zimo cupped his fists. Qing nodded and turned to leave, disappearing before long. Su Zimo looked in the direction of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom's imperial army and took a deep breath. In a flash, he chased after them. This time round, Su Zimo did not head to Feng Zi's carriage. Instead, he knocked on Yunzhu's carriage. Come in. Yunzhu's voice sounded. Su Zimo entered the carriage. Yunzhu put down the book in her hands and smiled at him, teasing. I can tell that my sister Qing pines for fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. Su Zimo had a headache at the thought of this as well. Chapter 2465 A Shocking Assassination. 2465 A Shocking Assassination. When did you discover it? Su Zimo looked at Yunzhu curiously. He was not surprised that Yunzhu had her doubts after uncovering a clue from Taoyao. However, it was a little ridiculous for Yunzhu to be able to confirm his relationship with the martial Dao prime body from just Taoyao alone. Su Zimo believed that he must have let slip even before this to attract Yunzhu's attention. Make a guess. Yunzhu pursed her lips and smiled, but she refused to say anything. If it was any other time, Su Zimo would definitely recall carefully where he had revealed any flaws in the past. However, at that moment, he was thinking about something else and was in no mood to do it. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, Where is Prince Yuanzhua now? Yuanzhua would definitely not be able to continue staying in Green Cloud City after losing his status as the Prince of Green Cloud County. Yuanzhua? Yunzhu was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Su Zimo would suddenly shift the topic. However, she still said, Yuanzhua has lost his power for many years and has long been reduced to an ordinary prince with an idle position. Right now, he should be in absolute Thunder City. Su Zimo nodded and said in a deep voice, I'll leave Feng Zi and perfected Immortal Burial Night to you. I won't tag along. You're leaving? Yunzhu was a little surprised. Su Zimo's departure came without any warning. We'll meet again in the future. Thank you for this time round. Su Zimo cupped his fists and prepared to leave. Yunzhu frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. Just as Su Zimo was about to get out of the carriage, a thought flashed through Yunzhu's mind. She thought of a possibility and called him back hurriedly. Hold on! Su Zimo paused. Yunzhu had a grim expression as she asked in a deep voice. Su Zimo, are you thinking of heading to Absolute Thunder City of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom to cause trouble for Prince Yuanzhua? Su Zimo sighed internally. Yunzhu was way too smart. He had just asked casually, and Yunzhu had already guessed his motive. Su Zimo knew that he could not hide it from Yunzhu. Therefore, he remained silent as a form of acknowledgement. Yunzhu went forward and grabbed Su Zimo's wrist, pulling him back. Pushing him back to his seat, she frowned. Brother Su, I know that you're indignant, but calm down first. Su Zimo remained silent. Yunshu said, That's the great Jin Immortal Kingdom we're talking about. You've long been wanted by the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. That's way too dangerous. I'm afraid you'll be discovered before you even enter Absolute Thunder City, let alone look for Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo said, I have a disguise technique that can hide from everything, allowing me to infiltrate Absolute Thunder City. In fact, I can even enter Yuanzhua's residence with ease. Yun Zhu recalled as well that back at the Immortal sex election, Su Zimo had indeed disguised himself, and it was difficult for others to tell. Even if you can infiltrate Absolute Thunder City, what are you intending to do? Yun Zhu frowned and asked. Absolute Thunder City is heavily guarded and there are many experts. Do you intend to kill Prince Yuanzhua in his territory? There's no harm in that. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he said in a deep voice. Prince Yuanzhua is only an ordinary prince right now. After a few consecutive failures, his reputation and status among the princes and princesses of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom must have fallen to the bottom. This time round, Yunzhu did not refute. According to the information she had, Su Zimo's judgment was completely right. Feng Cantian escaped. At the Immortal sex election, the execution guards suffered immense losses and could not capture Su Zimo. In the fight for the Earth ranking, they returned in defeat once more, causing the great Jin Immortal Kingdom to lose all face. On Great Tai Wei Mountain, Yuanzhua's final gambit and the combined forces of many factions were still mostly killed by Su Zimo. The few failures caused a huge loss to the reputation of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, and turned Yuanzhua into a joke of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo said, Therefore, there won't be any perfected immortal experts presiding over Absolute Thunder City. Back then, the reason why Prince Yuanzhua was able to invite perfected immortal Jingyu out of seclusion during the encirclement on Great Tai Wei Mountain was because he was once the Prince of Green Cloud County. As for perfected immortal Jingyu, he was the Green Cloud County governor, and the two of them had some ties. However, things were different now. Yunzhu nodded slightly. She agreed that there would not be any perfected immortal experts in Absolute Thunder City. Su Zimo continued, What happened today will spread to Yuanzhua's ears soon. He will know about my cultivation realm. However, he will definitely not expect that I will head to the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and kill my way into Absolute Thunder City to take his life. He won't be the only one. I'm afraid nobody will expect this. Yunzhu sighed. If Su Zimo had not asked that question earlier on, even she would not have thought that he would dare to do such a shocking thing. Su Zimo said, The Tao of Assassination emphasizes on the element of surprise. The more unexpected it is, the higher the chance of success. Right now is the best opportunity to kill Yuanzhua. Suddenly Yunzhu realized that Su Zimo did not make this decision on impulse. Instead, he had thought it through and planned everything. His intention to kill Yuanzhua through assassination was not only as payback for perfected immortal burial night. Yunzhu thought for a long time but was still worried. She shook her head. If you can cultivate to become a grade 8 or grade 9 heaven immortal, I won't stop you. I'm afraid no one among the heaven immortals will be your match. However, you're only a grade 6 heaven immortal right now. There's a difference of 3 minor cultivation realms between you and a grade 9 heaven immortal. Even if you fight Yuanzhua one-on-one, you probably won't stand a chance of winning, let alone assassinate him in Absolute Thunder City that is heavily guarded and filled with experts. Yuanzhua is not weak. Right now, he's rank 98 on the heaven ranking prediction. Your Hell Suppression tripod is not with you right now as well. Su Zimo smiled. If I really cultivate to the realm of a grade 8 or grade 9 heaven immortal, I probably won't have a chance to assassinate Yuanzhua. Yunzhu was sharp and intelligent. With a single thought, she understood what Su Zimo was implying. If she was Prince Yuanzhua and heard that Su Zimo had cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, she would definitely be careful and not leave the territory of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Furthermore, she would be even more guarded and would not expose her tracks easily. In fact, she might even design some traps to kill Su Zimo instead. But now that she knew that Su Zimo was only a grade 6 heaven immortal, she would definitely not be bothered. Who would expect a grade 6 heaven immortal to head to Absolute Thunder City of Great Gene Immortal Kingdom to assassinate a grade 9 heaven immortal prince who was on the heaven ranking prediction? This plan was way too bold. This was destined to be a shocking assassination attempt. If he succeeded, who knew how much of a stir it would cause in the divine firmament immortal domain? You've hunted me for so long. It's time to end this. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and murmured with a cold killing intent in his eyes. Actually, the reason why he chose to assassinate Prince Yuanzhua was not only to take revenge for perfected Immortal Burial Night, but also for himself. Up till this point of his ascension, he had not been able to break free from the pursuit of Prince Yuanzhua and had barely escaped death countless times. However, he was not strong enough and could not retaliate. Since he was prepared to attack today, he would not give Yuanzhua any chance to turn the tides. Furthermore, he wanted to kill his way into Yuanzhua's territory and give the other party a huge surprise. There was another important thing that had been on Su Zimo's mind all these years. He wanted to find out how Prince Yuanzhua knew that he was taking part in the immortal sex selection as well as how the latter recognized his disguise. Chapter 2466 Return to Absolute Thunder City. 2466 Return to Absolute Thunder City. When Yunzhu saw that Su Zimo had made up his mind, she did not persuade him further. Pondering for a moment, she said, "I can't help you with this matter. Take this talisman." As she said that, Yunzhu took out a talisman from her storage bag and stuffed it into Su Zimo's hands. Teleportation Jade Talisman? Su Zimo recognized the talisman and shook his head hurriedly. No, this talisman is way too precious. In many cases, long-range teleportation Jade Talisman like this could help the caster escape from danger. It was equivalent to an additional life. Back when the sect master of the academy accepted him as an in-name disciple, he merely gave him a similar jade badge. Su Zimo said, "Furthermore, given my capabilities, I'll be able to escape from Absolute Thunder City after killing Prince Yuanzhua. You can rest assured," Yunzhu said sternly. "Brother Su, listen to me. No matter if this succeeds or not, I hope that you can return as soon as possible. This teleportation Jade Talisman can teleport you directly to the teleportation formation of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom. At that time, you might be able to rush back and send perfected Immortal Burial Night on his final journey." Su Zimo went silent. Given his capabilities, it would not be difficult for him to escape from Absolute Thunder City. However, once Prince Yuanzhua was killed, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom would definitely fall into martial law and he would definitely not have a chance to approach the teleportation formation. Indeed, it would take him some time to escape from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Yunzhu smiled. "Take it. If this succeeds, I'll take some credit for it." "All right." After a moment of silence, Su Zimo did not decline and nodded. "Farewell," Yunzhu said. "Be careful." Su Zimo left the carriage and took a deep breath, speeding in the direction of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. To be precise, the next battle could be considered as his first true battle after entering the Heaven Immortal Realm. In the battle on Great Taiwei Mountain, he purely made use of the power of the Hell Suppression tripod to defeat Prince Yuanzhua and the others. Outsiders did not know about his fight against the prince and princess in the Pure Jade Manual. The prince and princess were defeated and suffered a loss in his hands. For their dignity, there was no way they would publicize this matter. However, this battle was different. Once this battle broke out, it would definitely spread through the entire divine firmament, and even the 9 firmament immortal domain. That's good as well. Since I intend to contend for the heaven ranking, I'll let you guys witness my capabilities. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he swelled with pride. He could not help but roar into the skies and release many movement techniques and secret skills as he sped forward with all his might. With the help of the Trinity Auspicious Jade, Su Zimo could easily enter the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom after transforming into the appearance of the Heaven Execution Guard Commander, Lone Star. Thereafter, he did not stop at all and activated teleportation formations repeatedly, arriving in Absolute Thunder City. The teleportation formation of Absolute Thunder City was at the northwest corner of the City Lord's residence. It was late at night and a light flashed. Su Zimo's figure appeared and descended on the teleportation formation. Not far away, there were 4 City Lord's residence guards watching over the teleportation formation. Sensing the commotion, they looked over. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness across. The 4 guards guarding the teleportation formation were all Earth Immortals. In any case, experts would definitely not be sent to guard teleportation formations. "Greetings, Commander Lone Star." When the 4 City Lords' residence guards saw Su Zimo, they bowed hurriedly. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he nodded slightly and walked towards the 4 of them. Before he arrived, he released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure. The 4 of them could not move at all and looked at Su Zimo in confusion and fear. Without a second word, Su Zimo reached out and captured their essence spirits from their consciousnesses, using the soul-searching art. He wanted to know information about Prince Yuanzhua as well as the latter's location. Before long, their essence spirits dimmed and cracks appeared. The 4 guards died silently. Su Zimo had already obtained the information he needed. He looked in the direction of the main hall of the City Lord's residence with a killing intent in his eyes. As he had expected, Absolute Thunder City had suffered immense damage after Feng Ketian broke free. Although it had already recovered, its reputation was not as good as before. There were no perfected immortal experts in Absolute Thunder City either. The City Lord of Absolute Thunder City was Yuanzhua, and he usually cultivated in the City Lord's residence. Su Zimo placed the corpses of the 4 guards casually into a storage bag and hid them. Thereafter, he arrived before the teleportation formation and a few sword chi surged out from his fingertip, destroying the runes on the teleportation formation and slicing the cornerstone into pieces. For teleportation formations in cities like Absolute Thunder City, their teleportation distance was limited and they could only teleport within the radius of Green Cloud County at most. Only the teleportation formation of Green Cloud City could teleport one to the capital or border of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. As for teleportation to factions outside the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom such as the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom, only the teleportation formation in the capital of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom could do it. Therefore, once something happened, the entire Great Jin Immortal Kingdom would be under martial law and the teleportation formations would be sealed right away. The teleportation formation of Absolute Thunder City was useless for Su Zimo. However, if the perfected immortal experts of the other cities received the news and wanted to descend upon Absolute Thunder City to provide reinforcements right away, this teleportation formation was the only way. Su Zimo's destruction of the teleportation formation meant that even if the perfected immortal experts of the other cities received the news, it would be difficult for them to reach Absolute Thunder City within a short period of time. He would have relatively more time to get rid of Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo left the place and headed towards the main hall of the City Lord's residence according to the memories he obtained from the soul-searching art. Lone Star was the commander of the Heaven Execution Guards. As such, he traveled through the City Lord's residence almost smoothly without encountering any obstacles. Using the Trinity Auspicious Jade, not only could he imitate the other party's appearance and figure, he could even conjure his attire and accessories without any flaws. The only loophole was that the cultivation realm could not be replicated. Su Zimo was a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal while Lone Star was a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. However, Lone Star had a high status. Which of the guards would release their spirit consciousnesses rashly to check his cultivation realm? Furthermore, the guards in the City Lord's residence were relatively relaxed and were clearly unprepared. After many twists and turns, Su Zimo was getting closer and closer to the main hall of the City Lord's residence. 2 more patrolling guards appeared at the front. One was a Grade 4 Heaven Immortal, the other was a Grade 5 Heaven Immortal. Along the way, the cultivation of the guards he encountered increased. This also meant that he was not far from Prince Yuanzhua. "Greetings, Commander Lone Star." When the two guards saw Su Zimo, they bowed instinctively. But soon, the two of them exchanged glances in confusion. One of them frowned. "Didn't Commander Lone Star just head over?" "Why?" A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he struck decisively. He strode forward and tapped their glabella twice with his fingertip. It was too fast. Caught off guard, the two guards felt their vision blur. Immediately after, they felt sharp pains in their minds and lost consciousness. The entire process took less than a single breath, and it was done silently. Su Zimo stuffed the two corpses into his storage bag and hid them. In the night, Su Zimo's expression looked sinister and cold. Up ahead, the outline of the main hall could already be vaguely seen. Crack! At the front, the sound of porcelain shattering could be heard. Su Zimo did not use his spirit consciousness, worried that he would disturb Prince Yuanzhua. He merely relied on his powerful hearing to vaguely capture the conversation. One of them seemed to be extremely furious, and was venting something. Su Zimo sneered and retracted his aura. He was almost hidden in his surroundings as he advanced stealthily. Chapter 2467 To Kill You. 2467 To Kill You. Absolute Thunder City, main hall of the City Lord's residence. How detestable! Prince Yuanzhua glared at the teacup on the ground that he had just smashed. With a dark expression, he said hatefully, "Su Zimo spoiled my plans again," Lone Star said. "I heard that not only did painting Immortal and Mo Qing of Heaven and Earth Academy step in this time round, even the Imperial Army of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom was involved. When the god race being, Shugen, appeared, Jue Wuying had no choice but to retreat. Why is the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom involved?" Prince Yuanzhua had a frustrated expression. "Isn't that young prince, Yunting, at complete odds with Su Zimo and wants to fight him to the death?" "I'm not sure about that." Lone Star shook his head. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, it's said that that old man Burial Knight won't be able to survive. What's the use of his death? Feng Zi has already escaped." The more Prince Yuanzhua thought about it, the angrier he became. His voice rose unconsciously as well as he said, "If I want to regain my title as the Prince of Green Cloud County, I can only capture Feng Zi and the others and lure Feng Cantian out to make up for my mistake. But now, that opportunity has been destroyed by Su Zimo. Su Zimo destroyed my clone and stole my Taboo Mystic Classic. He spoiled my plans time and again and embarrassed me completely. He truly deserves to die." Towards the end, Prince Yuanzhua was already gritting his teeth with a menacing expression. Lone Star said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, there's another way to retrieve your title as the Prince of Green Cloud County. Let's just kill Su Zimo. Firstly, killing this lad can resolve the hatred in your Highness's heart. Secondly, this lad has embarrassed the great Jin Immortal Kingdom countless times. Killing this lad can be considered as saving face for the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Thirdly, this lad once offended Princess Mengyao. If we kill him, we'll definitely be able to please her. As long as she's willing to put in a good word for your Highness, the position as the Prince of Green Cloud County will be within reach." "You're spouting nonsense," Prince Yuanzhua cursed. "This lowlife has already joined Heaven and Earth Academy and I don't have a chance at all. Do you think I can just walk into Heaven and Earth Academy to kill him?" Lone Star said. "The ranking battle of the Heaven ranking 1,000 years later at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet might provide an opportunity." "How is that possible?" Prince Yuanzhua sneered. "I've just received news that Su Zimo is now a grade 6 Heaven Immortal. Given his cultivation, without the Hell Suppression tripod, he won't even be able to enter the Heaven ranking prediction. There's no chance for him to take part in the final ranking battle," Lone Star said regrettably. "Now that I think about it, the alliance on Great Taiwei Mountain 2,000 years ago was the best opportunity to kill him. Who would have thought that this lad would have a treasure like the Hell Suppression tripod in his possession? Su Zimo suffered quite a loss that time as well." Prince Yuanzhua harumphed coldly. I heard that the current sect master of the Fiend domains Tianhuang sect, Desolate Marshal, has already taken control of the Hell Suppression Tripod and the Infinite Hell. Back in Hell, Su Zimo must have encountered Desolate Marshal and fought a huge battle. Although he managed to survive, his Hell Suppression Tripod was snatched away by the latter. Prince Yuanzhua had a dark gaze. This lad has lost the protection of the Hell Suppression Tripod. If there's another chance like before, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Foo-foo. Right then, a chuckle sounded from outside. Who is it? Who's there? Prince Yuanzhua and Lone Star's expressions changed as they asked sternly. Yuanzhua, I'll give you that chance right now. As the voice sounded, a figure entered the hall. Initially, he looked like Lone Star. However, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a green-robed man with refined features. Lone Star's pupils constricted. Prince Yuanzhua's face was filled with ecstasy. However, he calmed down quickly. This was way too abnormal. What was Su Zimo trying to do by coming to his residence? He must have come prepared for this trip. How many people did he bring, and were there any perfected immortal experts? Prince Yuanzhua narrowed his eyes and released his spirit consciousness to check out his surroundings. He held a messenger jade talisman in his hands and was prepared to tear it apart at any moment. Su Zimo? Prince Yuanzhua tested the waters. Even when he saw Su Zimo's true body, he could not believe it. It's me. Su Zimo nodded. What are you doing here? Prince Yuanzhua asked again. I'll kill you. Su Zimo replied indifferently. There's no need to search. I'm all alone. Lone Star nodded to Prince Yuanzhua. Earlier on, he scanned his surroundings carefully as well and indeed did not find anyone else. Are you really alone? Prince Yuanzhua was relieved and suddenly laughed wildly. Su Zimo, you think that you can kill me in my territory alone? Who do you think you are? Without the Hell Suppression Tripod, you're only a grade 6 Heaven Immortal. You want to challenge me? I'm rank 98 on the Heaven ranking prediction, while you're not even qualified to enter it. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled gently. From this day forth, I predict that you won't be on the Heaven ranking prediction anymore. The moment he said that, Su Zimo suddenly attacked. There's a difference of 3 minor cultivation realms between us. Let's see how you can make up for it. Prince Yuanzhua's reaction was extremely fast as well, and he summoned his saber and sword right away. Both of them were connate heaven-grade dermic treasures that were held in front of him. Splash! The blood chi in Prince Yuanzhua's body surged with the sound of a tsunami. Su Zimo charged towards Prince Yuanzhua. While he was still in midair, he released his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. The power of his body and essence spirit increased exponentially. At the same time, he channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals slowly with both hands. Massive star regions appeared above his head and shone with 1 billion stars, scattering endless starlight that shattered the hall and surged into his body. The appearance of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram caused Su Zimo's strength to rise once more. After all these years of cultivation, Su Zimo had already lit up 6 of the 7 star regions of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, leaving only the last one that was dim. Even so, the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram's power was extremely terrifying and could even go against bloodline phenomenons. By the time Su Zimo arrived before Prince Yuanzhua, his aura was no different from the latter. In terms of ferocity, he even had the upper hand. Prince Yuanzhua's expression changed starkly and his heart sank. He finally realized that the situation was bad. Because he cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo's Green Lotus Essence Spirit and Dragon Phoenix Essence Spirit had already synthesized perfectly. Although his cultivation realm was at the grade 6 Heaven Immortal realm, his Essence Spirit realm was already at the grade 9 Heaven Immortal realm. Now, he released his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength as well. Although the power of his Essence Spirit was far from the level of a perfected immortal, it had already surpassed the grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Therefore, when Prince Yuanzhua saw Su Zimo charging over, he felt a tremendous pressure that suffocated him. Star-plucking hand! Lone Star's reaction was extremely fast as well. He made a prompt decision and channeled his essence spirit, releasing a supreme divine power in Su Zimo's direction. Chapter 2468 Soul Searching. 2468 Soul Searching. A gigantic palm covered the skies and grabbed towards Su Zimo and the billion starlight above his head with a terrifying might. As the commander of the Heaven Execution Guards, although Lone Star was not listed on the Heaven ranking prediction, his combat strength was extremely shocking as well. Die! Without even looking at him, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and retaliated with a supreme divine power, fleeting moment. Since he had already appeared, he wanted to suppress Yuanzhua and Lone Star with a thunderous might. The massive commotion caused by the fight here must have already alarmed the Heaven Immortals in the City Lord's residence. Before long, all the experts in Absolute Thunder City would gather here, and it was inevitable that other variables would appear. Lone Star felt a strong sense of danger. Although he had not witnessed the terror of fleeting moment, he realized that something was amiss after Su Zimo released that divine power. Lone Star gave up on attacking Su Zimo hurriedly and forcefully retracted the heavenly encompassing palm in midair, suppressing the power of fleeting moment. Bang! The two supreme divine powers collided, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. However, at the same time, a strange drumbeat sounded in the hall. Dong! As though he was struck by lightning, Lone Star shuddered and his eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. His lifespan was depleting at a terrifying speed and could not stop. Back in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain, Heaven Immortal Baiyu, who could be ranked top 3 on the Heaven ranking, lost hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan after realizing the danger and releasing multiple divine powers and secret skills in succession. Lone Star merely had a single supreme divine power. There was no way he could defend against Su Zimo's fleeting moment. This is where I die. That was the only thought in Lone Star's mind. If he knew that even a top-tier perfected immortal expert like Jue Wuying suffered a huge loss under fleeting moment, he would definitely not only release a single supreme divine power. Unfortunately, apart from Jue Wuying and Su Zimo, no one else knew about this matter. Even Jue Wuying could only suffer his loss in silence. In the blink of an eye, Lone Star's appearance turned incomparably old, and many wrinkles appeared on his face, as though he had been slashed by the time saber. His hair was white, his eyes were cloudy, and his life force dissipated. Prince Yuanzhua was initially extremely confident when he saw that Su Zimo was alone. However, when he saw what happened to Lone Star, his expression changed starkly. Lone Star looked at Prince Yuanzhua, who was about to face Su Zimo alone not far away. He used the last of his strength to tear 2 messenger talismans in his hands. One of them was to inform the entire Green Cloud County that Absolute Thunder City was under attack and request for reinforcements from perfected immortals. The second was to inform all the Heaven Immortal experts in Absolute Thunder City to rush over immediately to save the prince. The 2 messenger talismans shattered and turned into 2 divine lights that entered the void instantly. Lone Star's lifespan was completely exhausted as well, and he collapsed limply on the ground, dead. A commander of the Heaven Execution Guards was killed by a single supreme divine power of Su Zimo. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo's speed towards Prince Yuanzhua did not decrease at all. By the time Lone Star died, Su Zimo had already arrived before Prince Yuanzhua. Slash! Prince Yuanzhua released his blood chi and slashed down viciously at Su Zimo with his saber and sword. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he reached out with both hands and grabbed Prince Yuanzhua's 2 connate heaven-grade dermic treasures in his palms barehanded. The saber and sword seemed to have embedded themselves into Su Zimo's palm. No matter how Prince Yuanzhua exerted strength, he could not turn them, let alone kill Su Zimo. The Grade 11 Green Lotus True Body had an extremely strong foundation and a flawless physique. His strength was shocking and indestructible. Thereafter, Su Zimo obtained a few more powerful body-tempering cultivation techniques, including the Void Thunder Manual, Divine Elephant Breathing Technique, and even the Jade Pure Jade Manual, a taboo mystic classic. Each of those 3 cultivation techniques was enough to cultivate one's bloodline and physique to their peak. The foundation of Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body was built upon the 3 body tempering cultivation techniques. Even without using his blood qi, his body was almost perfect. The saber and sword in Prince Yuan's hands could not even compare to Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body. It was only at that moment that Prince Yuan's realized that Su Zimo, who had cultivated to become a grade 6 heaven immortal, was already strong enough to threaten him. Escape! Without hesitation, Prince Yuan's threw down the saber and sword in his hands and turned to flee. As long as he could delay for a moment, the heaven immortal experts in the city lord's residence, the execution guards and heaven immortal guards of Absolute Thunder City would arrive here. After all, Su Zimo was only a grade 6 heaven immortal. At that time, a single command from him could have Su Zimo surrounded and attacked by the many heaven immortals. There was no way Su Zimo could defend against that. Furthermore, Lone Star had already sent a message to Green Cloud County. Before long, there would be perfected immortal experts assisting him. The prerequisite was that he had to break free from Su Zimo's entanglement for the time being. Trying to flee? Su Zimo sneered and threw out the saber and sword in his hands. They turned into 2 divine lights that stabbed towards Prince Yuan's instantly. Do you think you can escape? At the same time, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a loud roar that exploded like thunder. There was a faint tiger and dragon roar with a majestic might. With those words, Su Zimo released his sound domain secret skill. He had too many trump cards. Since he had decided to get rid of Prince Yuan's with lightning speed, he would no longer hold back. Ah! Prince Yuan's cried out in pain and felt a sharp pain in his ears. There was a boom in his mind and his eyeballs felt a powerful impact that almost exploded. He spoke hurriedly as well and released his sound domain secret skill to mitigate the damage and impact. Poof! Poof! However, his figure had already stopped and the saber and sword that Su Zimo threw pierced his body instantly, revealing 2 bloodied holes. Yuan's, you don't have a chance anymore! Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded in his ears, inches away. Back then, we first met in Absolute Thunder City. Today, I'll end everything here. Phew! Su Zimo extended his hand and released the Great Chaos Essence Palm, crushing down on Prince Yuan's head. When Prince Yuan's saw that there was no hope of escaping, he turned around suddenly. With a bloodshot gaze and menacing features, he released his Essence Spirit secret skill and made a final gamble before his death. Prince Yuan's spirit consciousness condensed into a sharp dagger that stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella. Without even looking, Su Zimo continued suppressing with the Great Chaos Essence Palm. The dagger entered Su Zimo's consciousness, and many green lotus seeds formed the green lotus sword, slashing towards the dagger. The saber and sword collided and dissipated. Prince Yuan's Essence Spirit secret skill posed no threat to him. As for Su Zimo's Great Chaos Essence Palm, it had already descended and landed on the top of Prince Yuan's head. The power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm was contained but not released. Instead, a powerful suction force burst forth from his palm and captured Prince Yuan's Essence Spirit. What are you doing? Yuan's Essence Spirit was grabbed by Su Zimo's palm. He looked at Su Zimo's cold gaze and shouted in fear. Soul searching! Su Zimo spat out 2 words coldly. Chapter 2469 On the Verge. 2469 On the Verge. Boom! 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 In the city lord's residence, powerful auras rose one after another from all over Absolute Thunder City. Many execution guards and heaven immortal experts received the news and rushed over when they saw the commotion. Prince Yuan's said hurriedly, Su Zimo, let me go. It's not too late to escape now before the encirclement is formed. Humph! Su Zimo sneered and released the soul-searching art on Prince Yuan's without hesitation. Ah! Prince Yuan's essence spirit was coiled by pitch-black threads and his body trembled continuously as he let out a tragic cry. His memories formed images that flashed through Su Zimo's mind rapidly. The soul-searching art was extremely damaging to a cultivator's essence spirit, and the entire process was extremely short. For Su Zimo, there was no way he could browse through all the memories of Prince Yuan's life. The only thing he could do was to locate the key points in the vast sea of memories as soon as possible. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed and his browsing speed gradually slowed down. This part of Prince Yuan's memories should be from before the Immortal sex selection. Solar Luna County, Sengyu City. Prince Yuan's sat alone in the dark hall. Right then, an execution guard rushed in hurriedly with a letter in his hands. "Why, Your Highness? What is it?" Prince Yuan's frowned slightly. "Someone handed this letter to me and asked me to pass it to you so that you can open it personally." "Who is it?" "I am not sure. For some reason, I felt my consciousness go adrift for a moment. Immediately after, this letter appeared in my hands." The conversation between Prince Yuan's and the execution guard seemed to have reappeared in front of Su Zimo. That secret was about to be revealed. Instinctively, Su Zimo clenched his fists and continued reading nervously. Just as Prince Yuan's received the letter and Su Zimo was prepared to read the contents carefully through his eyes, a mysterious power descended and the letter turned into dust instantly. Immediately after, with a bang, Prince Yuan's essence spirit exploded on the spot and he died. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly with a dark expression. Indeed, there was a high chance for soul-searching arts to fail. However, something had clearly corrupted the scene earlier on, as though someone did not want him to see the contents of the letter. Someone interfered and forcefully erased Prince Yuan's memories. Su Zimo did not know what was written on the letter. However, he was finally certain of one thing. Prince Yuan's knew his whereabouts, and knew that he was taking part in the Immortal sex selection. Furthermore, the reason why he could recognize his disguise was related to this mysterious letter. Perhaps after he ascended, there was a mysterious person hiding in a corner, paying attention to his every move. Everything about him was under that person's surveillance. At that thought, Su Zimo felt chills run down his spine. Who could possess such an ability? Was this person related to the assassination attempt he encountered when he ascended? Apart from King Yunyu, there was another person who tried to kill him back then. He had heard that person's voice before and would definitely not forget it. Su Zimo fell into deep thought and deduced many possibilities. However, he could not connect the dots and match the information he had obtained perfectly. There seemed to be key information he had missed out on or things he misinterpreted. The truth seemed to be within reach. However, when Su Zimo tried to reach for it, he could not get anything. "Su Zimo, how dare you come to Absolute Thunder City? You truly have a death wish. What have you done? Commander Lone Star? Your Highness Yuanzhua?" An angry shout interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts. The dozens of Heaven Immortal experts who arrived first were shocked when they saw the shattered hall and the two corpses of Prince Yuanzhua and Lone Star. More and more Heaven Immortal experts gathered here. From the initial dozens of people, there were now hundreds and 1,000 of them. Although there were many Grade 1 and 2 Heaven Immortal experts among the 1,000 Heaven Immortal experts, the gathering of so many Heaven Immortals still formed a tremendous might. Furthermore, there were more than 200 Heaven Execution Guards among them. Those who could become Heaven Execution Guards were all Grade 7, 8, and 9 high-level Heaven Immortal experts who had killed countless people and experienced countless life and death experiences. Otherwise, these people could not hold the power to punish and kill in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Surrounded by immortals, Su Zimo took a step forward with a calm expression and beheaded Prince Yuanzhua in front of everyone. "Su Zimo, how dare you? You're way too arrogant. How dare you assassinate a prince in Absolute Thunder City? Do you think our Great Jin Immortal Kingdom will let this go if word of this spreads?" A few Heaven Immortals shouted, causing quite a stir in the crowd. Su Zimo raised his head and glanced at the Heaven Immortal around him before saying indifferently, Let me remind you guys that even Yuanzhua, who was on the heaven ranking prediction, was killed by me. Think about your capabilities and don't come kill yourselves. Those words instantly cooled the blood of many heaven immortal experts. In reality, none of them were fools. The reason why they did not attack the entire time was because they were wary. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the many execution guards around him as he said coldly, "Don't worry, none of you execution guards will be able to escape. I'm going to kill all of you and bury you with perfected immortal burial night." Even if Su Zimo did not say it, the more than 200 execution guards in the city and the heaven immortal guards of Absolute Thunder City could not retreat and did not dare to. If they retreated today, they would definitely be severely punished by the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and tortured, living a life worse than death. A heaven execution guard commander stood out and withdrew the execution saber on his waist. He pointed at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't be intimidated by him. He's only a grade 6 heaven immortal. Although I don't know what methods he used to kill His Highness Yuanzhua and Commander Lone Star, such methods must be extremely rare and can't be used again in a short period of time. This lad is merely putting on a strong front." Another execution guard commander of Absolute Thunder City stood out as well and waved his arm, shouting, "That's right. There are more than 1,000 heaven immortal experts in the city. If we have to, we can even exhaust him to death." The heaven immortals who were initially intending to withdraw hesitated once more. Right then, another execution guard suddenly said, "Don't you guys know yet? Su Zimo obtained the Pure Jade Manual." The Pure Jade Manual, a taboo mystic classic. Many heaven immortals were invigorated and their gazes burned instantly. Those words were more useful than anything else and moved one's heart. Many heaven immortals subconsciously thought that the reason why Su Zimo was able to kill Prince Yuanzhua and Lone Star as a grade 6 heaven immortal must be because he cultivated the taboo mystic classic. Kill him and take revenge for His Highness Yuanzhua and snatch the Pure Jade Manual. Kill him! Someone in the crowd shouted and instantly received the response of many heaven immortals. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Su Zimo reared his head in laughter that reverberated through the clouds like thunder. "Good, good, good!" Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo shouted, "You guys are right. The Pure Jade Manual is in my hands. Since you guys want to see it so badly, I'll let you guys witness the Dermic Tao of the Pure Jade Manual today." Chapter 2470 Massacre. 2470 Massacre. Kill! The heaven immortal experts of Absolute Thunder City shouted and attacked one after another, breaking out into a huge battle. Su Zimo's aura intensified and a book suddenly flew out from his glabella. It was filled with a deep green light and rapidly condensed into a body. However, that body looked a little strange. It resembled a dragon and phoenix with the dragon's head and phoenix's tail. Its horns were towering and its claws were sharp, shimmering with a cold glint. On the back of that body was a pair of gigantic wings. Making use of the Pure Jade Manual to condense the primeval body, Su Zimo's form could change at will. To him, the taboo dragon phoenix was the most familiar. Su Zimo once possessed the Dragon Phoenix true body and knew all the combat skills of the taboo Dragon Phoenix by heart. The primeval body that was condensed from the Pure Jade Manual could not release any Essence Spirit secret skills or divine powers without an Essence Spirit. However, the primeval body was indestructible and transformed into the form of a taboo Dragon Phoenix. In melee combat, it would release an extremely terrifying lethality. Su Zimo multitasked and controlled his Dragon Phoenix to charge into the crowd with a single thought. Divine weapons streaked through the air one after another, interweaving into an impenetrable trap that enveloped the Dragon Phoenix. The Dragon Phoenix's wings flapped, and its movement technique became unusually agile. It released the secret skill of the true Dragon 9 flashes consecutively, and found a crack in the impenetrable trap to pass through. It was a truly wonderful feeling. At that moment, It was as though the Dragon Phoenix's true body had returned to his side. The Dragon Phoenix broke through the obstruction of the divine weapons and charged into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Poof! 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 A few low-level heaven immortals could not defend against it, and were smashed into pieces by the Dragon Phoenix. Blood mist splattered in midair, and their essence spirits were destroyed, dying on the spot. Swoosh! The Heaven Execution Guard closest to the Dragon Phoenix slashed in reverse, and released countless saber beams instantly. As the saber slashed down, killing intent descended and many phenomenons appeared in the surroundings, as though endless torture was sweeping over. The Execution Guard who attacked was also a Heaven Immortal expert. The saber intent released by that slash was comparable to the supreme divine powers. However, the Dragon Phoenix did not have essence spirit, flesh and blood, and it could not sense that saber intent at all. Shing! In a flash, the Dragon Phoenix charged into the person's embrace. Gigantic claws pierced the armor of the Execution Guard and tore the person into two. The essence spirit of the Execution Guard left his body with a horrified expression, wanting to escape from this place. However, a shadow enveloped him and the Dragon Phoenix devoured the essence spirit in a single mouthful. With a smack of its mouth, the person's essence spirit was destroyed and he died. Another Heaven Immortal expert had just charged forward when the Dragon Phoenix's wings swept over and transformed into a cold beam of light in midair, slicing the person's head into two. Another person died on the spot. Zimo was invigorated. He was way too familiar with the Dragon Phoenix body. In fact, he did not even have to use much consciousness to control this body. The Dragon Phoenix true body had once accompanied him to conquer Tianhuang mainland. All the combat experience of this Dragon Phoenix was like an instinct that was deeply imprinted in his memories. Furthermore, the Dragon Phoenix originated from the Pure Jade Manual, a body-tempering taboo mystic classic. Every single move it made could release an extremely powerful power, and its body was indestructible. The Dragon Phoenix charged into the crowd and charged left and right, releasing many killing techniques that these Heaven Immortal experts had never heard or even seen before in combat. 3 heads, 6 arms! On the other side, Zimo did not hold back either. Under the augmentation of the 6-tusked divine strength and mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, he released another supreme divine power. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Swash! 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 In Zimo's 3 palms, he held the Trinity Auspicious Jade, the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, and the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan to fight against the Heaven Immortals of Absolute Thunder City. When the Trinity Auspicious Jade was casually thrown out, any dermic treasure that collided with it was knocked down. The glows of the dermic treasures dimmed and the essence chi on them dissipated. The Trinity Auspicious Jade transformed into a green streak of light in midair and collided with many dermic treasures, letting out tinkling sounds. The dermic treasures in midair fell continuously like raindrops. Many Heaven Immortals were shocked. Some perfect and connate heaven-grade dermic treasures could defend against the impact of Trinity Auspicious Jade. Although they fell, their dermic treasures could still remain intact. However, many middle and superior heaven-grade dermic treasures could not defend against it, and were crippled instantly by the Trinity Auspicious Jade. Some of them were smashed into pieces. Even supreme heaven-grade dermic treasures could not defend against the impact of the Trinity Auspicious Jade. Zimo charged into the crowd and waved the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip. The 3,000 threads on it extended and whipped many Heaven Immortals, forcing them back one after another. The power contained by the 3,000 threads alternated between gentleness and toughness. At extreme gentleness, they could coil around the bodies of the cultivators and squeeze them to death. At extreme toughness, they could shatter many divine weapons. Phew! The 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan flapped and let out a phoenix cry. Zimo channeled his essence spirit and injected it into the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan, resonating with the power of the fan. Countless flames gathered and a divine phoenix was born from the fire, charging into the crowd. Ah! 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 A tragic cry sounded from the battlefield in chaos. Many figures were struck by the divine phoenix, and their bodies burned with flames as they struggled in midair. Su Zimo's 3 empty palms were not idle either. Kill character art! 6 paths of reincarnation. Incinerating firmament boiling sea. Primeval bridge. Lotus with every step. A series of supreme divine powers were released in a short period of time, forming a terrifying divine power storm on the battlefield that engulfed the many heaven immortals of Absolute Thunder City. Boom! 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 The many heaven immortals of Absolute Thunder City released their divine powers and secret skills hurriedly to defend as well. However, Su Zimo's essence spirit had already surpassed that of a grade 9 heaven immortal. When released, the power of those supreme divine powers far surpassed his peers. Many heaven immortal experts could not defend against them at all. Poof! 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 Some people managed to survive incinerating firmament boiling sea, but they could not dodge the resplendent lotus flowers that appeared beneath them. Their bodies were shattered and their essence spirits were destroyed. Some people could defend against the Primeval bridge, but they could not defend against the impact of the kill character art. Against the attack of many heaven immortals, the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram above Su Zimo's head was about to disperse. Right then, the millions of stars suddenly turned chaotic. A torrential killing intent was released in Absolute Thunder City, surging into the skies to shock the entire world. Boom! The ground of Absolute Thunder City quaked violently as well. The earth split apart, and an overwhelming killing intent burst forth. The entire Absolute Thunder City was enveloped in a series of apocalyptic phenomena. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. Chapter 2471 Burning the City. 2471 Burning the City. The heaven-slaying sword chi and earth-slaying sword chi burst forth at the same time. The many heaven immortal experts who were initially surrounding Su Zimo could no longer hold on and dissipated, escaping everywhere. Thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi streaked through Absolute Thunder City. A soaring serpent formed from sword chi appeared underground. In the skies, sword chi and divine dragons roamed everywhere, and cultivators that were struck by it could not defend at all and died on the spot. The heaven and earth slaying swords were extremely sharp and swept through everything, causing extremely strong killing damage that could destroy the world. Su Zimo stood in midair and looked at the heaven immortals who were escaping in panic around him. His gaze was cold as he stared at these exalted immortals who were once high and mighty in the city. For hundreds of thousands of years, the hunting meet had been held countless times in Absolute Thunder City. Each hunting meet would gather tens of thousands of black immortals who had ascended from the lower worlds. There might even be 100,000 of them. However, only 100 of them could survive in the end. In reality, this was a meticulously prepared killing feast for Yuanzhua, the city lord of Absolute Thunder City, and the exalted immortals in the city. Over the years, countless living beings of the lower worlds had been buried deep underground in Absolute Thunder City. The lives of the living beings of the lower worlds were like grass and ants to the exalted immortals in Absolute Thunder City. No one cared. Su Zimo would always remember the faces of the exalted immortals around him when he stood in the square above the 10 Absolute Hell and surveyed his surroundings. All the living beings of the lower worlds that entered the 10 Absolute Hell were merely their toys. These exalted immortals were the true hunters. This massacre between the living beings of the lower worlds was a game for them. These exalted immortals were long used to taking joy in this. They were high and above as they looked at the 100,000 living beings of the lower worlds in the square. They chatted and laughed brazenly without concealing the disdain and coldness in their eyes. Back then, Su Zimo was only a puny black immortal who had ascended not long ago. The weakest exalted immortals were earth immortals, and there were even many heaven immortals. At this moment, Su Zimo stood in midair above Absolute Thunder City. The once high and mighty exalted immortals were all trembling beneath his feet. It's him. I know him. He was a lowlife who entered the 10 absolute hell back then. He managed to cultivate to such an extent in just a few thousand years. What is he trying to do? In Absolute Thunder City, countless cultivators looked up at the figure in midair with horrified expressions. Su Zimo's expression was cold. Suddenly, 4 balls of flames appeared beside him with an extremely high temperature. The Immortal Tao Fire, Fiend Tao Fire, Buddhist Tao Fire and Southern Mingli Fire fused rapidly in front of him, forming a gigantic fireball. The fireball appeared above Absolute Thunder City like a blazing sun that was extremely close. Many structures in Absolute Thunder City began to burn and flames surged into the skies. Green smoke began to billow from the ground and city walls as well. What a terrifying flame! Even on the ground, many Earth Immortals could sense the searing heat of the fireball and began to escape out of the city. Let it burn, Su Zimo said indifferently and released his hands. The gigantic fireball that was synthesized from 4 balls of flames in his hand fell towards Absolute Thunder City. At the same time, an essence spirit fire was released from Su Zimo's glabella and entered the fireball. Boom! When the fireball landed in Absolute Thunder City, it exploded and an even more terrifying flame spread in all directions rapidly, burning everything. It was only then that the cultivators in the city realized that a calamity had arrived and fled outside wildly. Even Heaven Immortal experts could not withstand the Pankati Tao fire, let alone the Earth Immortals in the city. Nobody dared to attempt to fight against the flames. The Pankati Tao fire spread rapidly and engulfed the entire Absolute Thunder City before long, as though it had transformed into a gigantic flaming hell. Many cultivators who escaped from Absolute Thunder City looked back with lingering fear. A figure stood in the skies of the flaming hell. He was bathed in flames and was insufferably arrogant, like a god. Everyone knew that after today, this ancient city that had once suppressed Feng Cantian and buried countless living beings of the lower worlds would no longer exist and turn into ruins, returning to dust. Above Absolute Thunder City. After this battle, the Dragon Phoenix body was already dilapidated. Although the Dragon Phoenix body condensed by the Pure Jade Manual had the shape of a taboo Dragon Phoenix, its strength was significantly inferior without the Dragon Phoenix's bloodline and essence spirit. After a huge battle, the Dragon Phoenix body could no longer hold on. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and the Pure Jade Manual returned to his consciousness. The Dragon Phoenix body dissipated as well. Waving his robes, he put away the storage bags of the many Heaven Immortals. He also collected the badges of more than 200 Heaven Execution Guards before tearing the teleportation talisman given to him by Yunzhu to leave the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Duanya City, an ancient city at the borders. Yunzhu escorted Feng Zi and perfected Immortal Burial Night. When they arrived at the Zixian Immortal Kingdom, they entered the teleportation formation and arrived at this ancient city after a few consecutive teleportations. She escorted their carriage out of the city and stood still at the city gate. Guys, I won't send you off any further. After leaving the city, head north from here and you'll arrive at the Immortal Fiend Abyss, Yunshu said. The Fiend domain lies beyond the Immortal Fiend Abyss. The curtain of the carriage moved and Feng Zi walked out. She nodded to Yunzhu expressionlessly and said softly, "Thank you." "How is Perfected Immortal Burial Night doing?" Yunzhu asked. Feng Zi lowered her gaze and shook her head. Perfected Immortal Burial Night could no longer hold on and was in a comatose state. He could die at any moment. "We'll be leaving now. Farewell." Feng Zi was silent for a moment before saying. Yunzhu turned back and could not help but ask, "Do you guys want to wait a little longer?" "For?" Feng Zi asked. "Someone," Yunshu said. "He's probably rushing over as soon as he can to send you guys off." Feng Zi knew that the person Yunzhu was referring to was Su Zimo. "Where did he go?" Feng Zi asked. Just as Yunzhu was about to reply, her heart skipped a beat. She turned back and saw a figure speeding over. In the blink of an eye, he arrived. It was Su Zimo. Using the teleportation talisman, Su Zimo replied directly to the capital of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Thereafter, he did not rest at all and made use of the teleportation formation in the capital to teleport to Duanya City before rushing over. Did you succeed? Yunzhu looked at Su Zimo and probed. Yes. Su Zimo nodded without saying anything more. He went on a massacre in Absolute Thunder City. After burning the city, he used the teleportation talisman to rush here. News of what happened there had yet to spread. Yunzhu thought to herself that he was amazing. At that moment, she did not know the details of what happened in Absolute Thunder City, and thought that Su Zimo merely assassinated Prince Yuanzhua. Let's go and visit Senior Burial Night, Su Zimo said and boarded the carriage. Yunzhu pondered for a moment and followed. The carriage was extremely spacious and could accommodate more than 10 people. Chapter 2472 One Thing. 2472 One Thing. Within the carriage. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight laid flat on the couch. His face was withered and his eyes were closed. A faint black chi surrounded his glabella and he was barely breathing. Senior! Su Zimo called out. There was still no reaction from Perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Su Zimo took out a sriracha fruit and cut its skin. He squeezed out the juice and fed it slowly to Perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Although the sriracha fruit could heal essence spirit injuries, it could not save Perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight's lifespan was depleted and the sriracha fruit could not extend it. Once one's lifespan was exhausted, even an expert like an emperor would have to face the reality of death. Throughout history, there have been people with longevity. However, no one had heard of anyone who could live forever. After a while, perhaps because of the power contained in the sriracha fruit, Perfected Immortal Burial Knight opened his hazy eyes slowly and woke up. It's you. When Perfected Immortal Burial Knight saw Su Zimo beside him, his lips trembled slightly as he murmured, Senior, look! When Su Zimo saw that Perfected Immortal Burial Knight had regained some consciousness, he took out Prince Yuanzhua's head from his storage bag. The blood on it was still wet. Even till his death, Prince Yuanzhua's eyes were widened and his face was filled with fear. It was unknown how frightened he was and how much grievances he possessed before his death. I've already killed Yuanzhua who harmed you, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. A glint flashed through the depths of Feng Ziyi's eyes before vanishing. Her heart skipped a beat as well. Prince Yuanzhua. In the depths of her heart, this person was at the top of the list of people she had to kill. In fact, he was even above King Jin and the heir of King Jin. If not for Prince Yuanzhua's frenzied revenge, Remnant Knight would not have suffered such immense losses and would have been completely destroyed. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight would not be severely injured, causing his lifespan to exhaust in advance. Although Feng Ziyi did not say it, she had once sworn in her heart that she would cultivate continuously. After she entered the Perfected One realm and became a Perfected Immortal, she would look for an opportunity to infiltrate the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and assassinate Prince Yuanzhua to take revenge. However, she had not expected that Prince Yuanzhua would have already been killed by Su Zimo. You how? Feng Ziyi still could not believe it. Su Zimo was only a grade 6 heaven immortal. How could he kill Prince Yuanzhua? Could Prince Yuanzhua have left the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and was bumped into by Su Zimo? Yuanzhua is dead! Perfected Immortal Burial Knight's eyes lit up. His initially despondent spirit was suddenly invigorated and he seemed to have gained some strength. He propped himself up and leaned against the head of the bed. Su Zimo took out the 200-odd Heaven Execution Guard badges from his storage bag and poured them in front of Perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Su Zimo said, Senior, more than 200 execution guards in Absolute Thunder City were killed by me as well. Ha ha! Perfected Immortal Burial Knight burst into laughter. Good, these great Jin dogs died before me after all. I can die without regrets. Yunzhu raised her brow slightly with a strange look in her eyes. Initially, she thought that Su Zimo had infiltrated Absolute Thunder City and assassinated Prince Yuanzhua in secret. However, from the looks of it, the battle in Absolute Thunder City must have been quite a commotion. After saying that, Perfected Immortal Burial Knight seemed to have expended the last of his strength. There's only a few people from my generation in Tianhuang mainland who survived. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight gazed into the distance and murmured, "What a pity that I won't be able to accompany Brother Feng and Brother Lin in the future." The eyes of Perfected Immortal Burial Knight shone with a glint that resembled the afterglow of the setting sun. In a daze, it was as though he had returned to Tianhuang mainland and the glorious era of the ancient era where flames of war rose everywhere. It was as though he had seen a group of old friends from Tianhuang mainland once more. There was the Saber Monarch, Sword Monarch, and Buddha Monarch. Everyone stood not far away, waving at him with wine jars. "Brothers, here I come!" Perfected Immortal Burial Knight murmured softly with a relieved smile on his face and passed away. Su Zimo's eyes dimmed. "Master?" Feng Zi's lips trembled as she called out softly. This old man from Tianhuang mainland had closed his eyes forever and would never reply. "Master!" Feng Zi's eyes were red and she had a sorrowful expression. She threw herself into the embrace of Perfected Immortal Burial Knight and shouted as tears streamed down her face. This woman who rarely revealed emotions could no longer suppress the pain in the depths of her heart at that moment. Yunzhu sighed gently and turned her head away, unable to bear to continue watching. Su Zimo remained silent and did not step forward to console her. All these years, no matter what Feng Zi encountered, she would shoulder it alone and suppress all her emotions in her heart without revealing them. Now that Feng Zi was venting her emotions and crying, it might not be a bad thing for her. Su Zimo and Yunzhu stood guard at the side silently. After a long time, the crying gradually stopped. Feng Zi stood up and returned to her cold self. However, there seemed to be something different about her. "Thank you, both of you." Feng Zi bowed deeply to Su Zimo and Yunzhu. Su Zimo said, "Let's go. I'll send you to the immortal Fiend Abyss." Feng Zi nodded. Yunzhu controlled the carriage and headed north. Not long after, a gigantic dark abyss appeared before them, tearing the ground apart as though it was splitting the heavenly world into two. The abyss emitted a fog. After crossing the immortal Fiend Abyss, they would arrive at the Fiend Domain. "Both of you, please stop." Feng Zi nodded slightly and carried Perfected Immortal Burial Knight's body, speeding in the direction of the Fiend Domain and disappearing into the fog before long. Su Zimo stood at the edge of the immortal Fiend Abyss for a long time before turning around. Yunzhu said, "Seems like you've caused quite a stir in Absolute Thunder City." "Yes." Su Zimo did not hide anything. Thereafter, he looked at Yunzhu. "It's all thanks to you that I was able to save Feng Zi as well as rush back in time. How are you going to thank me?" Yunzhu asked with a smile. Su Zimo was stunned. Yunzhu teased, "Why? I've helped you so much. Don't tell me you just want to thank me verbally?" Su Zimo laughed bitterly, momentarily stumped. Yunzhu was one of the four great fairies. Coupled with the fact that she was from the Zixian Immortal Kingdom, she had no lack of cultivation resources and various natural treasures. For a moment, Su Zimo could not think of what he could use to thank Yunzhu. Yunzhu chuckled. "How about this? Promise me one thing." "What is it?" Su Zimo asked. Yunzhu blinked and a crafty look flashed through her beautiful eyes. "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you after I've thought about it. You'll just owe me first." All right." The two of them returned to the carriage and headed towards Duanya City. Along the way, Su Zimo seemed distracted, as though he was in deep thought. "What are you thinking about?" Yunzhu asked. Su Zimo's mind was still on the mysterious letter that Prince Yuan's were received. He knew that Yunzhu was sharp and had a far superior understanding of the heavenly world than he did. Perhaps she might be able to find a clue or two. Therefore, he recounted everything that happened before and after the immortal sex selection briefly. Chapter 2473 Chaos in the Trichiliocosm. 2473 Chaos in the Trichiliocosm. There's definitely more than one person in the heavenly world who can know your tracks and recognize your appearance even after you disguise yourself, Yunju said deeply. However, anyone who can possess such methods is at least an expert at the Immortal King realm. At that time, you were only an Earth Immortal. Why would an Immortal King target you? Su Zimo did not tell Yunju about the Green Lotus true body. It was still his greatest secret and could bring about a calamity for him. He could not tell it to everyone. When Yunju saw that Su Zimo was silent, she smiled and said half-jokingly, "From what I know, there's truly such a big shot in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. He's the sect master of the Academy. However, there's no reason for him to do that. Furthermore, I was present at the Immortal sect selection back then as well. The process was unpredictable and there were a few twists. In the end, Heaven and Earth Academy was the one who protected you and caused Yuansua to return fruitless." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. Back when he took part in the Immortal sect selection, his initial goal was to join Mountain Sea Immortal sect. It was only by some freak coincidence that he joined Heaven and Earth Academy. The Hell Suppression tripod in your possession is indeed extremely attractive to Immortal King experts. Given the capabilities of the sect master of the Academy, it's not difficult for him to divine that you possess the Hell Suppression tripod, Yunshu said. However, if he's after your tripod Hell Suppression tripod, he could have attacked at any moment. There were way too many opportunities and he did not have to take that additional step. My preliminary guess is that an Immortal King knew about the feud between you and Yuansua. Due to his status as an Immortal King, it was inconvenient for him to attack you who was an Earth Immortal. That was why he wrote a letter to Yuansua so that the latter could deal with it. Su Zimo remained silent. If it was according to what Yunshu had said, things would be simple. He would have just been overthinking things previously. Indeed, there was a moment when he suspected the sect master of the Academy. However, upon careful thought, there were many things that did not make sense. First, it was because of the persistence of Heaven and Earth Academy that he was able to avoid Prince Yuan's pursuit and survive. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. Second, as Yunju had said, if it was truly the sect master of the Academy, what was he trying to do? Be it the Hell Suppression tripod or his Green Lotus true body, the sect master of the Academy could have attacked a long time ago. How could he have survived till now? Third, not only did the sect master of the Academy take him in as an in-name disciple, he even saved his life. Back then, their group was hunted by an Immortal King expert on their way back from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom after taking part in the fight for the Earth ranking. It was because of the attack of the sect master of the Academy that they were spared. Su Zimo had a feeling the entire time that the Immortal King's assassination attempt was most likely targeted at him. Furthermore, the sect master of the Academy even gave him a teleportation jade badge. In the Jade Firmament Immortal domain, it was because of this teleportation jade badge that he could bring Tao Yao out of danger and return to the Academy. Fourth, if it was the sect master of the Academy, it would mean that from the moment the letter was sent to the moment Su Zimo joined Heaven and Earth Academy, everything was under the sect master's control. However, was that possible? Too many variables had happened at the Immortal sect selection. No matter how precise the sect master of the Academy was in his calculations, how could he have determined all the variables? Furthermore, Su Zimo had interacted with the sect master of the Academy before. He could not sense any hostility from the sect master. Also, ever since he joined Heaven and Earth Academy, be it the Academy or the sect master, they had not done anything to let him down. It would be rather petty of him to start suspecting the sect master of the Academy. Su Zimo had a feeling that the mysterious person who hunted him down with King Yunyu back then was most likely the person who sent the letter to Prince Yuanzhua. He had heard that person's voice before. It was definitely not the sect master of the Academy. However, this mysterious person also possessed the ability to divine all living beings, see through heaven and earth, as well as illusions. Although it was similar to the methods of the sect master of the Academy, it was deeply hidden. At the very least, Yunju had never heard of this person. What did this mysterious person have to do with the assassination attempt after the fight for the Earth ranking? Method similar to the sect master, and yet deeply hidden. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as a figure appeared in his mind. Old Xian, who guarded the secret pavilions in Heaven and Earth Academy. Given Old Xian's status in the Academy, there was no way he was merely an old man guarding the secret pavilions. Back when he condensed the 10th stone step of the Dao Heart Stairs, Old Xian was present as well. Old Xian's attitude towards the sect master of the Academy was extremely nonchalant and indifferent, as though he did not take the status of the sect master of the Academy seriously at all. As for the sect master of the Academy, he did not take it to heart, as though he acknowledged it silently. Old Xian's status in Heaven and Earth Academy was extremely special. Furthermore, Su Zimo had witnessed him tear through the void and leave. It was clear that he was an Immortal King expert. Right. Suddenly Yun Shu said, "Over the years, I've searched through some ancient books and visited a few ancient ruins. I found some information about Great Emperor Infinite." Yun Shu's words interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts. "What information?" Su Zimo asked instinctively. After all, he was extremely curious about Great Emperor Infinite as well. Yun Shu said, "The death of Great Emperor Infinite seems to be related to a chaos that swept through the Trichiliocosm and affected all living beings." "Chaos?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. Yun Shu revealed a puzzled expression as well. "Many ancient books are vague about this chaos. Even now, I'm not sure if it existed. Furthermore, there's no record of the origin, process, and ending of the chaos. I even found some blurry records in some ancient ruins with incomplete words such as strange, chaos, heaven, earth, and Major Chilio." Su Zimo's expression changed. Major Chilio? Could it be referring to the Major Chiliocosm? Yun Shu pondered for a moment, and suddenly said sternly, "There's one more thing. I've browsed through the ancient books of the past 10 eras. The civilization of each era is different. Even the words recorded are strangely different. However, all these different eras had 2 words in common: Fiend Master." Su Zimo shuddered. For some unknown reason, those 2 words seemed to possess a strange deterrence, causing him to feel uneasy and not want to think too much about it. "What are the records of this Fiend Master in these eras and civilizations?" Su Zimo asked. Yun Shu shook her head. "There are no clear records or any information about the Fiend Master." Suddenly, as though she sensed something, Yun Shu's expression changed. "Something happened to Tao Yao," Yun Shu said in a deep voice. "What?" Su Zimo frowned and his heart skipped a beat. Yun Shu said, "Do you still remember that I gave Tao Yao a badge? That badge can actually be considered as a protective spirit treasure, and can defend against a single attack from a perfected immortal expert. I just sensed that the badge was struck by a powerful force." Su Zimo's expression darkened. He rushed out of the carriage immediately, and sped towards Duanya City with all his might. Once he arrived at Duanya City and was teleported to the capital of the Ziyi Immortal Kingdom, he would be able to return to Heaven and Earth Academy right away. Yun Shu looked at Su Zimo's back view and reminded, "You don't have to worry. The impact of that power should not have reached the level of a perfected immortal. Tao Yao is not in danger for the time being." She stood on the carriage and pondered for a moment before following. Chapter 2474 2474 Causing Trouble. 2474 Causing Trouble. Heaven and Earth Academy, Legacy Ground. Not far away, a sword beam sped over and descended in front of the entrance of the cave abode of Yuhua. It was the legacy disciple, Shaoli. "Greetings, senior brother Yuhua." When Shaoli saw the figure standing in front of the cave abode, he bowed hurriedly. "How are the arrangements going?" Sword Immortal Yuhua asked indifferently. "Don't worry, senior brother. I've already instructed Feng Qingyun and the others to step in and cause trouble for Tao Yao." Shaoli sent a voice transmission. "I heard that Su Zimo has never recruited any servants before. Now that he has taken Tao Yao under his wing, he must think highly of the latter. As long as Su Zimo receives the news, he will definitely not reject Feng Qingyun's challenge in his rage. Although that lad's cultivation speed is fast, he's only a grade 6 heaven immortal right now. Once he's on the sword discourse arena, Feng Qingyun will be ruthless and cripple him. Cripple? That won't do. Sword Immortal Yuhua shook his head gently with a cold expression and sent a voice transmission. I want him dead! Xiao Li's blood ran cold. Ever since he heard the news of Fairy Mo Qing coming out of seclusion for Su Zimo and heading to Tsangyin Mountain, Sword Immortal Yuhua seemed to have woken up from a dream and was enraged. Xiao Li hesitated for a moment. However, life and death battles are not allowed on the sword discourse arena. If Feng Qingyun kills Su Zimo, he'll probably be severely punished by the Academy as well. Don't worry, Sword Immortal Yuhua said. This time round, not only am I going to kill Su Zimo, I'm going to ruin his reputation and have him removed from the Academy. Senior brother, are you intending to make use of Tao Yao's identity? Xiao Li frowned slightly. However, Tao Yao shouldn't be the Dao child of Desolate Marshal from the Fiend domain, right? No matter how bold Su Zimo is, he wouldn't dare to keep Desolate Marshal's Dao child by his side. Whether or not he is not important. Sword Immortal Yuhua sneered. Back then, most of the people in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain who saw that Dao child were killed by Desolate Marshal, and there's no evidence. If I say that he is, he is. Xiao Li pondered for a moment and nodded. Once Su Zimo is killed by Feng Qingyun, he won't be able to explain himself no matter what we accuse him of. How dare a bastard of the lower worlds try to lay his hands on junior sister Mo Qing? A cold glint flashed through Sword Immortal Yuhua's eyes as he murmured. Today, I'll show you my capabilities. Even in the Academy, I can do whatever I want. Senior brother, let's take a look at the intersect. Xiao Li said. I reckon that Feng Qingyun has already attacked by now. The intersect of the Academy. A dense circle of cultivators surrounded the square in front of the Essence Spirit Pavilion. Most of them were intersect disciples of the Academy, and there were even some immortal servants. What's going on? Don't you know? An immortal servant of Senior Brother Su attacked someone in the Academy. Senior Brother Feng appeared and is prepared to kill that immortal servant of Junior Brother Su on the spot as a warning to others. Your news is not accurate enough. I heard that Senior Brother Feng has already attacked. However, Junior Brother Su's immortal servant seemed to have some defensive dermic treasure that blocked it and saved his life. There were also many cultivators sprinting over in the surroundings, discussing fervently as though they wanted to join the hype. In the square, two groups of cultivators were in a standoff. On one side, there were only 3 people, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Lu Ping and Tao Yao. On the other hand, there were thousands of people on the other end with a massive might. Their leader was the number 1 of the intersect of the Academy, Feng Qingyun, who was ranked 10 on the Heaven ranking prediction. Feng Qingyun had cultivated in the intersect for many years and was the number 1 of the intersect. After so many years, he naturally had many followers. As long as Feng Qingyun waved his arm, many intersect disciples would naturally follow his orders. Senior Brother Feng, what exactly are you trying to do? Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked in a deep voice. Feng Qingyun had an indifferent expression. This has nothing to do with you. Hand over that servant behind you. What will happen to the discipline of the Academy if I don't teach him a lesson today? Tao Yao stood behind Princess Scarlet Rainbow, and Lu Ping with a panicked and lost expression. He had not expected that his actions would cause such a huge commotion in the Academy. Furthermore, if not for the badge on his waist earlier on, he would have been killed by Feng Qingyun. Tao Yao looked aggrieved and uneasy as he looked at the increasing number of cultivators around him. He tugged at Lu Ping's sleeves gently. Ping Ping, did I cause trouble for young master? It's not your fault. They were the ones who provoked us first. Lu Ping glared at Feng Qingyun angrily and clenched his fists, questioning the latter loudly. Senior Brother Feng, earlier on, in front of the Essence Spirit Pavilion, your servants were the ones who provoked and insulted Tao Boy continuously. That was the reason why he attacked and hit one of them. Furthermore, Tao Boy did not use any strength at all and did not injure him. Oh? Feng Qingyan raised his brows slightly. So what? The Academy's rules forbid fights in private. Even disciples of the Academy have to be severely punished for disobeying them. How can a servant like him avoid responsibility? A servant is so arrogant as to injure others casually in the Academy. Does he think that his master is all that great? Feng Qingyan's last sentence was clearly intentional. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat and were secretly speechless. Senior Brother Feng, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? Someone in the crowd whispered. Sure. Another person shook his head hurriedly and gestured for the other party to keep quiet. He explained in a low voice. Don't you understand? Senior Brother Feng is intentionally making a mountain out of a molehill. Many people who understood could already tell that Feng Qingyan's attack was not targeted at the servant, but Su Zimo. In the crowd, a disciple of the Academy sneered. Senior Brother Feng is right. If we don't teach him a lesson and the other servants imitate him one after another, won't our Academy be in chaos? In my opinion, it's because Senior Brother Su did not discipline him properly. Senior Brother Su has been quite arrogant ever since he joined the Academy. To think that his servant would be like this as well. In the crowd, many Academy disciples cheered, causing a commotion. Princess Scarlet Rainbow swept her gaze and recognized that the few people who were the first to cheer were Feng Qingyan's followers. It was prearranged. It's not my young master's fault. It's mine. Tao Yao's face flushed red as he looked at the surrounding disciples of the Academy, wanting to try and explain. However, the surroundings were noisy and no one heard what he said. Even if they did, no one would care. Furthermore, disciples of the Academy were all elites and thought highly of themselves. These people did not even take Yang Roxu, who came from the lower world, seriously back then. Who would care about the life and death of a servant? Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping exchanged glances and were sweating profusely. The two of them did not have high cultivation realms and had almost no backing in the inner sect of the Academy. They could not defend against Feng Qingyan's attacks at all. Senior Brother Feng, I was in the wrong. Tao Yao stood out and pursed his lips. Tears the size of beans welled up in his reddened eyes as he bowed and apologized to Feng Qingyan. It's all my fault. I didn't know the rules. Please don't blame my young master. Tao Yao bowed to Feng Qingyan repeatedly. Just bowing to apologize. How insincere. You think that you can escape punishment just by bowing and apologizing? Do you think that the Academy's rules are just for show? If apologies work, what's the use of us having a disciplinary elder? Ha ha! The many Academy disciples on the other end spoke one after another as they looked down at Tao Yao. Their eyes were filled with mockery and disdain as they burst into laughter. Tao Yao, get up! Right then, someone appeared beside Tao Yao and helped him up. Chapter 2475 Why the Trouble? 2475 Why the Trouble? Young Master! Tao Yao's heart skipped a beat when he heard that voice. He turned around with teary eyes. Su Zimo rubbed Tao Yao's head gently and smiled gently. With a warm expression, he said gently, It's fine, I'll handle it. All right. Tao Yao nodded vigorously. For some unknown reason, as long as Su Zimo was beside him, his nervousness, panic and confusion earlier on seemed to have vanished instantly, and he was relieved. Senior Brother! Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping heaved a sigh of relief as well. Su Zimo nodded slightly to the two of them, indicating for them to rest assured. My, if it isn't Senior Brother Su! Behind Feng Qingyan, a grade 9 heaven immortal of the Academy asked with a smile. Senior Brother Su, you came at the right time. That servant of yours broke the Academy's rules. What do you think we should do? What else can he do? That's unless you intend to challenge the rules of the Academy, Senior Brother Su? Another Academy disciple echoed. Hee hee. The first person gave a strange laugh. That's not for sure. Senior Brother Su is a peerless genius who ascended the 9th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs and condensed the 10th stone step. He's arrogant and doesn't take the Academy's rules seriously. That's for sure. The two of them echoed one after another in a weird manner. Feng Qingyun merely smiled indifferently with a silent acceptance of this scene. Su Zimo did not even look at the other party, as though he had not heard anything. He merely turned around and asked, Lu Ping, what's going on? Lu Ping said hurriedly, Tao Boy and I received this year's Essence Spirit Stones in front of the Essence Spirit Pavilion. Before long, we were blocked by more than 10 servants of Senior Brother Feng. For no reason, they cursed at the Tao Boy and spouted filthy words continuously. At that point, Lu Ping paused for a moment, as though he recalled those filthy words. He was indignant, and glared at the servants opposite him. Lu Ping continued, Tao Boy was so angry that he pushed away the person in front of him, and wanted to leave. He did not injure that person at all. But who knew? Senior Brother Feng and the others suddenly appeared and surrounded us. They said that Tao Boy broke the Academy's rules and fought in private within the grounds of the Academy, injuring others. Senior Brother Feng did not give Tao Boy a chance to explain and attacked him directly. Thankfully, Tao Boy's badge blocked the attack and he managed to survive. Lu Ping quickly described the conflict briefly. When Su Zimo heard that, he already had a gist of things. The other party was here for him. Feng Qingyun said slowly, You sure make it sound simple, Junior Brother Lu. My servant is already severely injured and dead. What? Lu Ping was shocked before saying resolutely, That's impossible. Bring him up. Feng Qingyun waved his hand. Behind him, a few servants carried the corpse of another servant up. This person did look like he was dead and had just died not long ago. It wasn't me. I didn't kill him. I merely pushed him. Tao Yao shook his head hurriedly and tried his best to explain. Seems like Senior Brother Feng isn't making a mountain out of a molehill. Someone did die. That's right, if someone is dead, this is no longer as simple as a private fight. Another Academy disciple pouted and whispered, Do you guys really think that Senior Brother Feng's servant was killed by that child? Huh? What do you mean by that? The few people beside him asked. The person sneered. It's obvious that Senior Brother Feng and the others killed that servant, and framed him to make things difficult for Senior Brother Su. These are all your guesses, right? What evidence do you have? Another person questioned. The person shrugged. Who would leave evidence for something like this? Lu Ping pointed at the servant's corpse and shouted. I was present at that time. He was fine when Tao Boy pushed him away. Nonsense! Brother Wang was severely injured at that time and died not long after. Feng Qingyun's servants stood out hurriedly to argue, and the scene was in chaos. Su Zimo finally turned around and looked at Feng Qingyun. Their gazes met in midair, and neither of them avoided the other. It was extremely tense. Su Zimo said, Feng Qingyun, I've yet to settle my past grudges with you after I came out of seclusion. To think that you would come knocking first. A life for a life. It's only right and proper. I don't need to say anything more, right? Feng Qingyun spread his hands with a calm expression. The life of a servant is also a life. Your servant broke the Academy's rules and has to pay with his life for killing someone. If he doesn't die, you'll have to. Actually, even without Sword Immortal Yuhua's urging, Feng Qingyun was prepared to make a move on Su Zimo. Back then, he set up a trap to kill Yang Roxu and Su Zimo. In the end, either of them died. Instead, Tang Ping died outside. If he was not wrong, Su Zimo should already know that he was the one plotting behind the scenes. The two of them would fight sooner or later. Furthermore, Feng Qingyun felt a huge threat from Su Zimo. Su Zimo was cultivating way too quickly. He had only joined the inner sect for a few years, but he had already cultivated to become a grade 6 heaven immortal. If he was given more time and allowed to continue growing, his position as number 1 of the inner sect would probably be replaced. Feng Qingyun continued. Su Zimo, since both of us want to stand up for our servants, I have a suggestion. Let's head to the Sword Discourse Arena and settle our grudges. This was a plan that he had planned for a long time. As long as he angered Su Zimo and forced him onto the sword discourse arena, he would not give Su Zimo any chance. Senior Brother Su, don't agree to it! Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping hurriedly stopped him. To the two of them, Su Zimo was only a grade 6 heaven immortal after all. As for Feng Qingyun, he had long cultivated to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. He was the number 1 of the inner sect and had the strongest combat strength. Furthermore, he was rank 10 on the heaven ranking prediction. The difference between the two of them was too great. Once they were on the sword discourse arena, Su Zimo would definitely lose. Feng Qingyun raised his brows slightly. Su Zimo, don't worry. According to the Academy's rules, life and death battles are not allowed on the sword discourse arena. I'll try my best to hold back and spare your life. Su Zimo looked at Feng Qingyun silently with a cold expression. Senior Brother Su, are you afraid? A disciple of the Academy behind Feng Qingyun shouted deliberately. Another person said, How is that possible? He's an unprecedented genius who condensed the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. How can he be so timid? Sword discourse arena! Some disciples of the Academy mocked, and the surrounding crowd began to jeer as well. Su Zimo, please. Feng Qingyun was filled with smiles. Everything went according to his plan without any mistakes. Why the trouble? Suddenly Su Zimo spoke. Before his sentence was finished, he arrived before Feng Qingyun in a flash and attacked in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Su Zimo's palm seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hand that blanketed the skies as it crushed down on Feng Qingyun's head. Feng Qingyun's pupils constricted in shock. He had predicted almost everything and accounted for most variables. However, he had not expected that Su Zimo would dare to attack him in the Academy. Furthermore, it was in front of everyone. Chapter 2476 Powerful Suppression. 2476 Powerful Suppression. Feng Qingyun was completely unprepared. By the time he reacted, Su Zimo had already closed in and covered the skies with his palm, sealing all his escape routes. Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through Feng Qingyun's mind. How is this possible? I'm a grade 9 heaven immortal, the number 1 of the inner sect and rank 10 on the heaven ranking prediction. How would Su Zimo dare to do this? A private fight in the Academy in front of everyone and a blatant violation of sect rules. After the initial shock, Feng Qingyun's eyes flashed with excitement. Since that's the case, it would make sense for me to retaliate and kill you. Initially, Feng Qingyun had some reservations when he challenged Su Zimo to a sword discourse arena challenge. If he had truly killed Su Zimo on the sword discourse arena, he would have been punished even with senior brother Yuhua's protection. However, the current situation seemed to be even more perfect than he had imagined. You have a death wish! A cold glint flashed through Feng Qingyun's eyes as he conjured hand seals with both hands and released his teleportation divine power. He was prepared to avoid Su Zimo's sharpness for the time being and distance himself before counterattacking. His combat experience was way too rich, and his methods were brilliant. It was definitely not a fluke that he was able to stand out among the hundreds of thousands of inner sect disciples of the Academy, and become the number 1 of the inner sect. Although Su Zimo had the advantage, Feng Qingyun composed himself rapidly and made a judgment in a flash without panicking. Su Zimo's attack was way too ferocious and his aura was torrential. There was no need for him to take it head-on. Furthermore, the fact that Su Zimo was so domineering in melee combat meant that he had a strong physique and specialized in melee combat. As Feng Qingyun released teleportation, he reached into his storage bag, prepared to summon his green cloud sword. When he saw that, Su Zimo had a mocking expression. If Feng Qingyun chose to teleport, his outcome would be decided. Teleportation was a supreme divine power and could help cultivators break free from their opponents instantly. However, it was also easy to be interrupted and reveal openings. Furthermore, once the other party predicted the landing spot after teleportation, they would definitely lose the initiative. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and released the Dragon Roar secret skill. Roar! A deafening roar burst forth from Su Zimo's mouth. Su Zimo controlled the impact of the sound domain's secret skill intentionally and reduced it to a small area, focusing it on Feng Qingyun almost entirely. Feng Qingyun shuddered with a pained expression. He felt his blood rumble and his ears buzz. His teleportation process was interrupted. If it was any other grade 9 heaven immortal, they would have been shocked to death at this distance. It was already impressive that Feng Qingyun was not injured. Feng Qingyun's features were contorted as he tried his best to maintain his clarity. Suddenly, a bedazzling light burst forth before his eyes, emitting a shocking heat. This is bad, it's a visual technique. Feng Qingyun's heart sank. Without hesitation, he released the visual technique that he had cultivated for many years and counterattacked. A green light condensed in his eyes and burst forth. Boom! The two visual techniques collided. Almost without any resistance, Su Zimo's illumination eye destroyed Feng Qingyun's visual technique with ease and pierced his eye instantly. The nether glow in Su Zimo's left eye was sealed by a dark power in the Emperor's tomb, and could not release the nether glow eye. However, even if it was just the illumination eye alone, not many people had visual techniques that could take it head-on. Apart from whether or not the dermic das of the visual techniques were top-tier, the strength of one's visual technique also relied on the foundation of their body and bloodline. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo's illumination eye had only been suppressed by Yun Ting's visual technique once in the Emperor's tomb. Nobody else was worth a mention. One of Feng Qingyun's eyes was severely injured as he let out a tragic cry. In melee combat, Su Zimo released sound domains and visual techniques consecutively, breaking through Feng Qingyun's defense. Feng Qingyun no longer had time to summon his green cloud sword and could only raise his arm, wanting to defend against Su Zimo's palm. However, his body was far inferior compared to the green lotus true body that cultivated many secret skills. Bang! Su Zimo's heavenly encompassing palm collided with Feng Qingyun's arm with a dull sound of defeat. Feng Qingyun felt a sharp pain in his arms. Shatter! Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he exhaled and exerted strength in his palm once more, suppressing down viciously. Crack! 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 The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. Su Zimo crushed Feng Qingyun's arms and his palm descended instantly, landing on the top of the latter's head. Thud! An unstoppable terrifying force came from above his head and Feng Qingyun could not withstand it at all. His legs went limp and he knelt on the ground. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he closed his fingers. Clang! Clang! Sharp fingernails popped out from his fingertips like sabers and swords, ready to break Feng Qingyun's skull at any moment. A tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi surged into Feng Qingyun's consciousness and sealed his essence spirit. Although he had countless divine powers and secret skills, he could not release them. Psst! It was only then that the surrounding crowd reacted. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. The entire academy was in an uproar. Heaven and Earth Academy's number 1 of the intersect, senior brother Feng, who was ranked 10 on the heaven ranking prediction, was suppressed by Su Zimo, a grade 6 heaven immortal. It was too fast. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. Everything happened so suddenly, and it ended even faster. Feng Qingyun was almost completely defenseless, and his eye was blinded by Su Zimo. His arms were shattered by a single palm strike, was forced to kneel on the ground. Even though everyone witnessed everything personally, they were still shocked and in disbelief. There was only a bloody hole left in one of Feng Qingyun's eyes. His other eye revealed endless humiliation and hatred as he grit his teeth. Su Zimo, you attacked me outside the Sword Discourse Arena. You're dead. If nothing went wrong, Su Zimo would be severely punished for violating the sect rules. If senior brother Yuhua was willing to step in and add fuel to the fire, Su Zimo's outcome would definitely be even worse. However, no matter what, Feng Qingyun had already lost all face after today. Humph! Su Zimo sneered and exerted strength in his palm, pulling Feng Qingyun's disheveled hair towards Tao Yao. Ah! Suddenly, Feng Qingyun felt a sharp pain above his head, as though his scalp was about to be torn off by Su Zimo. He could not help but cry out. When Tao Yao saw that, he was at a loss as to what to do. It's over! It's over! Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping exchanged glances with ashen expressions. Senior brother Su is still way too reckless! Lu Ping wanted to cry. Under the gazes of countless disciples of the academy, Su Zimo openly violated the sect rules and attacked Feng Qingyun. Even if they were in the right initially, it was useless now. The consequences were way too dire. Even if senior brother Su was the unnamed disciple of sect master of the academy, he would definitely be severely punished by the academy. At best, he would be kicked out of the academy. At worst, his cultivation could even be crippled. In the distant skies, two figures stood. It was Sword Immortal Yuhua and Shaoli who had rushed over from the legacy ground. When Sword Immortal Yuhua saw that, he smiled gently and said leisurely, Seems like there's no need for us to step in. Senior brother, should we go over and save junior brother Feng? Shaoli asked. There's no need to. Sword Immortal Yuhua had a cold expression and smirked. The more miserable junior brother Feng is, the worse Su Zimo's outcome will be. Why should we interfere? Chapter 2477 Apologize. 2477 Apologize. Su Zimo, what are you doing? Feng Qingyun's hair was pulled by Su Zimo, and he staggered. His face was covered in blood and his single eye gradually revealed a hint of fear. Suddenly, he realized that the person he was facing could not be dealt with common sense. This person was a lunatic. Feng Qingyun thought that he was unparalleled in his wisdom and wit. He predicted everything like a god and no one and nothing could escape his calculations. Back then, Yang Ruoxu was schemed against by him and was almost crippled. However, he could not predict what Su Zimo was up to. Furthermore, he had already suffered a few losses in Su Zimo's hands. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived before Tao Yao with Feng Qingyun. Su Zimo pushed down with his palm and Feng Qingyun could not defend against it. With a thud he knelt on the ground once more and felt a sharp pain. Just as Feng Qingyun was about to curse, he realized that Su Zimo had squatted down as well. The two of them faced one another. Feng Qingyun felt chills run down his spine when he met with Su Zimo's cold gaze and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Feng Qingyun, you're truly getting more despicable. With a dark expression, Su Zimo said, If you want to deal with me, come look for me directly. You bullied a Dao child of mine instead. Are you worthy of being the number one of the inner sect? This time round, Su Zimo was truly enraged. Although Tao Yao was safe and sound, that was because he had Yun Zhu's badge. If not for that badge, Tao Yao might have died. Many disciples of the academy watched from the side. Naturally, Feng Qingyun was unwilling to show weakness. Taking a deep breath of air, he braced himself and said, Su Zimo, tell me what you want to do. If I'm afraid of you, I'm not worthy of being a disciple of the academy. Feng Qingyun knew very well that with the huge commotion here, the disciplinary elder of the inner sect and senior brother Yuhua could arrive at any moment. As long as he could buy some time, he would be able to escape successfully. At that time, Su Zimo would die. Don't be nervous. Su Zimo looked at Feng Qingyun, who looked fierce on the surface but was cowardly on the inside. Suddenly, he smiled and patted the latter on the face. Since you bullied Tao Yao with your numbers and forced him to bow and apologize to you guys, I'll let you apologize to him now. That's fine, right? You want me to apologize to your servant? Feng Qingyun sneered and spat. Dream on. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled. If you don't know how to apologize, I can teach you. Before his sentence was finished, the smile on Su Zimo's face had already vanished. Suddenly, he exerted strength in his palm and pushed down Feng Qingyun's head, smashing it onto the ground. Dong! Feng Qingyun's forehead smashed onto the ground with a crisp sound. By the time he raised his head, his forehead was already mangled and white bones could even be seen faintly. Su! Feng Qingyan was enraged and was about to curse. Dong! Su Zimo pushed down his head and smashed it onto the ground once more. This time round, Feng Qingyan was dizzy from the smash and could not speak at all. Dong! 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 Su Zimo pushed down Feng Qingyan's head and made him kowtow 9 times in front of Tao Yao before stopping. By the time Feng Qingyan was lifted up by Su Zimo again, his face was already filled with blood and he was in an extremely miserable state. His original appearance could not be seen. The massive square was silent. Many disciples of the Academy looked at this scene in shock. The number 1 inner sect disciple of the Academy, Senior Brother Feng, was forced to kowtow 9 times to a Dao child. Senior Brother Su is already so protective of a mere Dao child. Wouldn't it be a blessing if I could become best friends with Senior Brother Su? Isn't Senior Brother Su way too protective? Many cultivators lamented and looked at Tao Yao with envy. Cough, cough! Feng Qingyan coughed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly, Mingzhe, Guiyuan, what are you guys waiting for? Su Zimo committed an unforgivable crime of harming fellow sect mates. All disciples of the Academy can join forces to kill him. The 1,000 Academy disciples who were initially following Feng Qingyan were shocked by the scene before them and froze on the spot without any reaction. At that moment, when they heard Feng Qingyan's cry for help, everyone's heart skipped a beat and they snapped out of their stupor. Instantly, 1,000 disciples of the Academy took out their divine weapons and dermic treasures and aimed them at Su Zimo. They conjured hand seals and were ready to strike. Su Zimo, you're unforgivable. You ignored sect rules and harmed your fellow sect mates. Your crimes are unpardonable. Su Zimo, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you've condensed the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. Today, you've broken a few rules in succession. We have enough reason to kill you. Their leader, Mingzhe and Guiyuan, were both grade 9 heaven immortals as they hollered righteously. Hold on! Right then, the number 1 beauty of the inner sect, Yan Bingying, rushed into the square with a furious expression. She looked at Su Zimo with a hint of worry and said softly, Senior Brother Su, why aren't you letting go yet? Hurry and go admit your mistakes to the sect master. Yan Bingying was actually reminding Su Zimo to escape from this place. Su Zimo had long made plans and was naturally fearless. He merely looked up at Mingzhe, Guiyuan and the others with a disdainful expression, and sneered, Whoever dares to attack me will end up like Feng Qingyan. How arrogant! How audacious! The Academy disciples on the other end berated with enraged expressions. Even the surrounding cultivators frowned, feeling that Su Zimo was way too brazen. Mingzhe harumphed coldly. Su Zimo, you're only a grade 6 heaven immortal. You only managed to take down Senior Brother Feng because he was caught unprepared. What's there to be arrogant about? That's right, Guiyuan said coldly. There are 1,000 heaven immortals here on our side. If we attack at the same time and send a single dermic treasure, divine power or secret skill each, you'll definitely die. How dare you threaten us? This is bad, something big has happened. Right then, a disciple of the Academy was speeding over from the distant horizon. He held the heaven-ranking prediction in his hands and shouted with a panicked expression. Junior Brother Zhao, what happened? In the crowd, an inner sect disciple of the Academy walked forward and stopped Junior Brother Zhao. Junior Brother Zhao was shocked when he saw so many people gathered below. Panting slightly, he said, Absolute Thunder City of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was destroyed by someone. The entire Absolute Thunder City was burned to the ground and turned into ruins. Prince Yuanzhou was killed and more than 200 heaven execution guards in the city died. In Absolute Thunder City, only slightly more than 200 out of more than 1,000 heaven immortal experts managed to escape. What? Pissed. Many disciples of the Academy were shocked. Who would dare to do such a thing? Killing a prince of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, hundreds of heaven immortals, and even incinerating a city of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was almost equivalent to declaring war on the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Who did it? Could it be a massive invasion from the Fiend domain? A few disciples of the Academy asked hurriedly. It's... Junior brother Zhao stammered. His eyes were filled with fear, as though he was still in shock. Speak! Everyone urged. Junior brother Zhao gulped. It was senior brother Su of our academy. Someone from the academy? Senior brother Su? Which senior brother Su? Many disciples of the academy were stunned and asked instinctively. Junior brother Zhao said, It's senior brother Su Zimo of the inner sect. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.